will be archived for future viewing. Could all participants please mute themselves when they're not speaking in order to avoid background noise when others are speaking? And if a participant wishes to speak, please raise your hand. That's if you have your camera on, and if not, use the raise hand function. Please ensure that all debate is raised verbally and not via the chat function for the sake of this recording. The use of the chat function should be reserved for any technical issues to alert the chair or the Democratic Service Officer. So if we go straight now to agenda item 1, which is apologies for absence, and I don't believe that we have had any. Hang on a minute, we have a hand up. Councillor Goodjohn.
Apologies from Councillor Hamilton, please.
Thank you. So Councillor Hamilton. And there aren't any others, are there? No, okay.
No, Chair.
So then on to agenda item 2. Now this is the minutes of the last meeting, which was held on the 18th of January 2023. Can we quickly recommend that the minutes are a correct record? Can I see a hand from somebody?
Happy to accept them, Councillor Hanks, Jo.
Thank you, Councillor Hanks. And a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Goodjohn. That's great. So we'll move now to agenda item 3. Now this is the declarations of interest. And we have a hand up. Thank you, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. With regards to item 7, which is the Vale of Glamorgan Council proposed fees and charges for 2023-2024, I have dispensation from the Standards Committee to speak and vote on matters relating to sports facilities within the Vale of Glamorgan. And also I am a member of Barrytown Council who have previously made a decision with regards to Appendix 1C, which is fees for Portkerry Cemetery.
Okay, that's great. Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Do we have any other declarations? No? Okay, that's brilliant. So agenda item 4, which is a reference from Cabinet from the 19th of January 2023 rather. This is the draft transgender inclusion toolkit and guidance document for schools and other settings. This is a draft revised transgender toolkit document, and it's been referred to our committee for consideration as part of a much wider consultation process. This updated guidance, which will be informed by the outcome of the consultation, is going to assist schools in taking a balanced and legally informed approach in meeting the duties that are owed to all of the pupils who have protected characteristics. So therefore our committee today is tasked with reviewing those changes. And I think we've got David Davis here and Jason Redrup to take us through the report. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Jason is going to do the presentation.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, if I start, just as we said, this is an updated draft version of the Trans Inclusion Schools Toolkit, and it has been agreed for consultation by Cabinet in January 23. Obviously, within learning skills, we recognise that trans children and young people are extremely vulnerable to bullying, prejudice, and poor mental health outcomes if they're not effectively supported. We see the proposed toolkit as an important addition to the range of equality and anti-bullying resources and guidance that we provide to education settings in the Vale that support all protected characteristics and wider range of all students' needs. This version of the toolkit will now be widely consulted on, and I'll mention some of the extensive consultation in a moment. And obviously, any changes required will be made following this. We do know from conversations with young people and their families how vital they found the support in this area and the support our schools have offered them. So this toolkit is very much about to support schools in supporting their learners, people with transgender learners and all other learners as well. We believe that this draft guidance provides ideas for policy and practice that will keep trans children and young people safe and help to create environments which help prevent and proactively respond to gender stereotypes. And obviously, once the consultation process is complete, that this toolkit will be subject to ongoing review and development, and we'll obviously encourage continual discussion and engagement in this process. If I just quickly take you a quick presentation, Chair, which just expands slightly on the content of the toolkit, and please, this is always the time now when those technical skills come in, and I hope it all works for everybody. So if you hold on one moment. There we go. As I said, the original toolkit was published in 2018, and after the work commenced in 2016, there was a promise within the publication that they will review after 2 years. Unfortunately, due to COVID, this review is extended and has taken 4 years for that review to take place. As part of the review, we've looked at national good practice, and we became very much aware of a toolkit, a sort of guidance document that was put together and published, consulted and published by Brighton and Hove Local Authority, which has been sort of recognised as national good practice across the UK, and we very much used content from that toolkit to inform our review. The formal with that Brighton and Hove guidance, we've also made that subject on 2 occasions to legal review by council on our behalf as well. The formal consultation, as I mentioned, is quite wide-reaching, obviously with members, with schools, most importantly with schools, with both teachers, with learners and with parents, and how this toolkit supports them. Wider consultation with community groups, with is taken to the Equalities Consultative Forum, along with unions, to Estin, to faith groups, and very much, and the general public consultation is being hosted on Participate Vale platform, and obviously it's on our social media feeds and on our websites. To date, we can see that there's been currently 300 responses, formal survey responses to the consultation. And that consultation period will end on the 17th of March. It's actually been extended by a week due to administration error by the local authority at the start of this, which was rectified and has been reflected in extending the period. But just quickly take you through the sections. Obviously, section 1 is very much an overview on how to use the toolkit. For people to lay out the toolkit. Section 2 is very much about understanding terms, understanding definitions, understanding the context. Section 3, we look more on the legal context of terms and references, Estin's role and Estin's recommendations. We look at safeguarding, confidentiality and information sharing is also contained within that section. And forms of bullying. Section 4 is obviously that whole school approach to the use of the toolkit. So, what is the role of the governors, the role of staff training, the whole the community of the school and how and parents, how it affects and impacts on them, along with bullying, but also along with looking at the design of the curriculum and how transgender discussions feature along with other protected characteristics within the curriculum around relationships and sexual education. Section 5 is obviously looking at individual support to young people affected. So that individual approach. So we're looking at transitioning and timing to transitioning, working with families and such topics as additional learning needs that will affect different people differently. Section 6, is the most contentious, I would argue, of the sections. This is the things that are questioned and raised very much in society, and where debates take place. So you're looking at issues such as toilets and facilities, change room facilities, competitive sports, residential trips, school uniforms, use of pronouns, and the interaction with the media, etc. So that's section 6. Section 7 and 8 are really there for support. Section 7 is around providing support to trans staff and governors, and section 8 is very much a support and signposting to other agencies and other platforms where further guidance and advice can be taken. So that is the toolkit. Oh, sorry. Oops. Apologies. Stop sharing. That is the toolkit in essence. Obviously, as I said, it's here today, Chair, as part of that extensive consultation within the community, and welcome any comments. You're on mute, Chair. Sorry.
Muted, Chair.
Thank you very much, everybody. We have a hand already, I think, from I think it was Councillor Haynes. Would you like to speak?
Well, this is a hand for before the hand. Sorry, I had problems logging in, Chair, and
okay.
And I've got to make a declaration of interest.
Right.
So it's to do with obviously I had to switch everything off, so I haven't got the minutes up, the agenda up. So it's to do with allotments and under fees. I have an allotment, and as such, I will probably have a prejudicial interest. I have dispensation to speak on the matters regarding allotments, but that excludes finance. So I suspect under that matter I will have to leave the meeting.
Okay, so we're talking about agenda item 7, aren't we?
Yeah. So,
okay, that's fine.
But I'll put my hand down and I'll sort myself out and put my hand up again to speak. Thank you.
No problem, Councillor Haynes. Councillor Carroll.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you both for the report. I did raise a number of concerns about this document at the Learning and Culture Scrutiny Committee, so rather than go through those again, I think those are on the record. That said, I would just like to take the opportunity to reiterate my concern with various aspects of the drafting of this document. I do believe that with a document of a nature as sensitive as this, it is important that we have precision, we have clarity, and that we don't put people in a difficult position, particularly teachers and pupils, through adopting a document that doesn't give them the clarity they need and deserve. I do very much hope that these issues will be addressed following the consultation, and I will be watching this very carefully, but I would seek an assurance from you, if I may, that this draft document has been seen by either somebody from the council's internal legal team or external legal opinion has been provided, and that you can provide an assurance that this will be legally compliant and compliant with the Equality Act, because I'm conscious that several toolkits across the country have been withdrawn as a result of these documents not being compliant with the law.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll.
Can I
David,
answer,
yes,
Chair?
Please do.
Certainly, we can give that assurance. We've already had it's already been to legal counsel on 2 occasions, Councillor Carroll, and the intention is to go back to council as well once we've looked at the consultation responses and made amendments following that. So yeah, 100% we would be looking for that legal assurance.
If I may follow up, Chair, would you be able to provide a comment as to whether the previous toolkit was found to be legally compliant or not?
Well, the reason why we went to back out to revision was because there was a number of changes that were required. I don't think it's possible to say whether it was legal or not. Certainly, we were concerned that with changes to the law and changes in society, that it could be open to challenge. So right. That's why that was a major reason why we've gone back to legal and sought their assurances.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Birch, would you like to speak?
Thank you. I was only going to say all of the things that David has just said, only he said it better. So I'll put my hand down at this point.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I think next on, I think it was Councillor Goodjohn who was up next.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to touch on a few points. I was glad to have attended a meeting of the school council where they were discussing this toolkit and as part of the consultation process. And it was really important to get a large number of young people's views on this. And generally, it was overwhelmingly positive. And on top of that, I think the general opinion in the room was, if anything, it may have not gone far enough. But after understanding what had occurred in the past and with new changes to the law and the controversial nature of the topic, generally everyone was in a large amount of agreement of this, and particularly I would say regarding Councillor Carroll's point about the toolkit recommending a case-by-case basis for people. I think you cannot make sweeping statements about people of any type because if you do, you are opening up to individual cases which will be exceptions to the norm. And so long as that is the case, you cannot make sweeping statements. And the point of this document is to provide support and not to provide any kind of confusion regarding what's going on with individual cases based on making strict rules or strict, well, not rules, of course, as this is simply a supporting document, but strict guidelines, as every individual is different. And that was recognized by young people and appreciated, because what's really important is every individual is treated with respect and kindness within all reasonable measures. And schools have been crying out for this to be updated for the modern times, as it will continue to have to be updated as times are changing and changing very quickly. I did want to ask a question. I did want to ask what provisions precisely this toolkit made for non-binary people, particularly as they are not at the moment legally recognised. However, they need just as much support as any other type of trans person, and what kind of provisions are made within the toolkit to support schools with non-binary children.
Thank you, Councillor Goodjohn. David?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Thank you for recognising the support of young people. That was a fantastic event that I was a part of as well, and it was really good to hear how important this document was felt to be for everyone. In terms of non-binary, I hope you recognise that that it's interwoven throughout the document, reference to non-binary young people, and that the whole purpose of the document is really to celebrate difference and recognise inclusivity, and I'm sure that is reflected in relation to non-binary pupils as well, again, that is very much part of why this can't be a one-size-fits-all, because there is such a range of diversity, and we are talking about a whole range of different people and different with different needs, and the toolkit tries, and I'm sure it can be improved, but tries to meet all those needs, and that's very much including non-binary young people.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think it might be Councillor Wood next. Yeah.
Hi, good evening, Chair.
Good evening.
A very interesting document indeed, and I actually, in some ways, applaud the attempts that are being made here to make sure that we end up with what may be a document that works for everybody. I do have a couple of questions, though, in that within the document, there seems to be very little mention of how this document may connect into any form of help outside charitable targets, whereby people who we've referenced to say places of assistance for parents or for children. I'm curious whether there is any advice that can be taken from NHS Wales about issues that maybe are in a child's life. We are now seeing the outcome of a problem that's occurred in other parts of the NHS, and sometimes these children have other issues that may be needed to be dealt with, as well as assisting them in their pathway to however they choose to transition. And I'm curious as to why there doesn't seem to be any advice for teachers to be provided to parents or to children that possibly you should go down a path beyond approaching a charity for assistance.
Thank you, Councillor Wood. Would you like to come back in there now, David?
Yeah, certainly. That is something that we will take on board, Councillor Wood. You know, and it's a good point. Are you able to give a particular example, just for me to be able to, or in what context were you thinking?
For example, if you look at NHS 111 Wales, the first statement is how to get help. See a GP if you think your child may have gender dysphoria. That is the first statement in one of their pages.
Yeah.
So I'm at a point where I understand these kids are choosing to transition. That isn't, you know, I get that and I appreciate it completely. But you're at a point where parents need assistance, children need assistance, teachers need assistance. We're looking at stories in newspapers or being reported about clinics whereby a lot of these children exhibited other issues. Yes, a range of depression, suicidality. Some of them were on the autistic range, and this is by the by. But the point being is, if the point is to assist people, then we need to assist and have some forms of recommendations to be able to provide to parents and teachers and all the rest of it, because these children are vulnerable. They're in a position whereby they're choosing to undergo a change in their mind of what they want to do and how they want to live, and that's fine. That's all, you know, nobody's wanting to get involved in debating the rights and wrongs of it. But I don't think to have the toolkit without some advice to be able to give to teachers in this situation, beyond what we're saying is how we lead our daily lives in school, there is an issue. If a child came to a teacher and said, I feel a certain way, we would react, wouldn't we? If it was a health issue or any other issue. I don't see why this is being kept out of advising parents. Maybe you should, you know, these are the pathways, this is where the NHS will take you, this is where the governmental advice. We're trying to provide advice and help to parents and teachers and all the rest of it, so that we have an all-encompassing document that provides the guidance to teachers to be able to make sure that children are accommodated, happy, and able to progress with their lives. That's a question that I found it quite lacking, actually, because there are some serious psychological issues behind trying to make these conversions and these decisions, and children need advice, parents need advice, and teachers need advice with that too.
Yeah, that's great. I'm clear now. I think it's fair to say that there has been deliberately in this toolkit we've kept it to the school context, and we've avoided getting into the medical side of the of this debate and of this work. There is a very small section there which talks about the medical side. Obviously we can think about that, but it was a deliberate decision not to start including in the toolkit lots of information around the medical side of this.
Chair, can I respond? My issue is it okay? May I respond with a little comment? I don't want to monopolise the discussion.
No, and it's a long night. So yeah, please do, but be brief. Thank you ever so much.
The point being is it's been reported in various news that children who ended up being referred to and having gone a further distance down the path, I think if I could find the numbers on the quote, it was 97% of them exhibited other issues in their life. That I don't think part of it was abusive households, bereavements, in fact. And I'm not saying, but what I'm trying to say is that there are issues here that these children may need dealing with. And I don't think it's right that we ignore them. There are risks around children in this position. They are vulnerable. They are going through a big change in their life. And to pretend that we don't have, if a child came to school and said, "Sir, I feel this," we would react.
Can I come in, David?
Yeah, sorry.
just to add to that, Chair, obviously the guidance is very much around an education basis. A lot of what we talk around with the medical side and transitioning timings, etc., is that watch and wait, and very much support both family and the learner. It's not just that the learners say so. It's about expressing it to understand, listen to the views of the parents. And of course, I'm sure you must be aware, all of our teachers within schools are also trauma informed, so they do recognise other forms of trauma that child may be undergoing, where they can reference and refer on to necessary support services. And just in conjunction with all this, and I'm sure you must be aware that the recently published Welsh Government's LGBTQ+ action plan, only this month now, clearly gives clear guidance for far more about working with NHS at Wales and other medical professions to look at supporting for transgender individuals as well. So it's something that very much is a health issue, but I think our teachers would find that they were supported in being able to recognise both this any needs a child has around transitioning in alongside any trauma needs as well.
Yes. Thank you ever so much, Jason. And thank you for the questions, Councillor Wood. The leader has a hand up, so can I stand aside for Councillor Burnett, please?
Actually, Chair, this is not my report. I would defer to other committee members first. I just had my hand up for a point, so I'll hang back until others. Obviously, when it's my report, then I'll come in earlier.
That's brilliant. Thank you ever so much. Councillor Johnson, you were next. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, the history of this is that it was brought forward in 2018, and that was by the Conservative cabinet at the time. It was passed in cabinet, and I called it in to the Learning and Culture Scrutiny Committee in order to have a wider discussion about the questions regarding implementation of the toolkit. The fact that we're holding a wide-ranging consultation is therefore already an improvement on the process that we had in 2018 for debating and discussing these issues. I think that's obviously 5 years ago. We might have had COVID in the meantime, but what hopefully will come out of the consultation, particularly with members of the teaching profession, the teaching trade unions, etc., is their experiences of implementing and working with this, and and the practicalities, the operational practicalities on the ground, which are the basis actually of many of the queries that come in regarding trans inclusion, what happens with with changing rooms, with toilets, etc., the sort of things that you see regularly being raised. We've actually got 5 years worth of experience, since this toolkit first came out, to actually to build upon. So these aren't the abstract questions I've actually, hopefully, will have practical answers to it as part of this consultation. As a layperson, you can read a document and take a position on it. I over the weekend I had a look at the original toolkit and compared it with what's being proposed here and now. I think this is a substantial improvement. I think that this is far less emotive and emotional. It is a language that I think is more appropriate to guidance for teaching professionals. Obviously, we'll see from their responses as to whether they feel that meets their needs. I think it has a better nuance between the needs of the vulnerable individual who we're seeking to support and the wider peer group, and how to offset and discuss those. And those again are the practical issues that sort of we'd expect to come out of the wider consultation. I've a couple of quick points which just to sort of maybe as part of the wider consultation. Firstly is that although there's reference within the toolkit to looked after children, this hasn't been referred to the corporate parenting panel as part of the consultation. A bit of me was wondering whether somebody had maybe mistyped and sent it to this committee rather than the corporate parenting panel, because that was one of the recommendations made by the Scrutiny Committee in 2018, was to go to the corporate parenting panel at the time, which it did. Obviously, the corporate parenting panel has a range of expertise, and perhaps that might be of use. I believe the next meeting is 13th of March, so just before the deadline for the consultation here. The other point is, I note with with interest, but perhaps slightly with concern regarding in the equality assessment regarding the Welsh language, and effectively the answer is we'll get it translated. Now I'm aware that we're going to have a new member of staff coming in for the as head of ALN and Wellbeing, who is a proficient Welsh speaker, but I think consideration needs to be made regarding language, use of language in LGBTQ plus scenarios in Welsh. That's been a recent point of contention. So understanding implementation issues regarding pupils in Welsh language education settings, I think needs to have an element of additional consideration as to how that's done. So I think those are my two main points there. It's good to see this being reviewed, and hopefully as a result of the wide consultation, we'll have we can feed upon the constructive comments that come in, and move forward with this in a way that helps everybody. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Johnson. Very good point there about whether the corporate parenting panel would be able to see this. Is that something that we can recommend, and could it happen in that window of consultation?
Sorry, Chair, I don't know if that was aimed at me or not. And obviously
sorry, no.
Oh,
I was
okay.
aiming that at David and Jason.
Oh, sorry, Chair.
Sorry, Councillor Johnson.
Well, there's no reason why that couldn't be done from our perspective anyway. So yeah, I'd welcome that.
I think David, the cabinet member with responsibility, who's also chair of the corporate parenting panel,
he's got his thumb up.
So I'll take that as inclusion within the within that. But if we can recommend that as well, it might be helpful.
That's excellent. Thank you.
I'd also be interested outside of this meeting to explore some of the Welsh language issues as well, so that we can reflect that going forward in the in the toolkit.
Thank you. We have two more hands. Councillor Burnett, would you like to speak now?
Thank you, Chair. If there aren't any other committee members, that's great. I think, first of all, thank you to Councillor Johnson.
Sorry, apologies, Leader. Got Councillor Haynes.
He's come back.
Yes, apologies.
I'll
Apologies,
step
Leader.
back again,
Apologies,
Chair.
Chair.
That's okay, no problem.
Yeah, Councillor Haynes wishes to speak.
Thank you, Chair. I did have my hand up.
I think it went down. It's gone back up again.
Okay.
It's fine.
Yeah,
Go
yeah.
on.
Okay, thank you, Chair, and thank you for seeing me. Yes, it is a contentious issue, and I thank you for the report, and there was quite a bit of good work in it. And I won't reiterate what's been said by other people because it's been covered. But one major concern that sprung to mind with me is it didn't seem to give enough guidance to teachers, particularly around things like safe spaces and safeguarding. And, you can work out your issues, the potential issues with these things yourselves. But we're asking our teachers often to be social workers with no clear guidance on issues like this and no backup support. So, as a report, a B-, I would say, it's towards teachers. But I would hope that you would look back on it and hopefully find something in your background information to try and give a bit more advice to teachers regarding safeguarding, safe spaces, and how to deal carefully with these sorts of issues, because it's not just this issue we're asking them to deal with. So thank you.
David, do you want
Thank
to
you.
come back in?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Haynes. It'll be really interesting to get feedback as part of the consultation from teachers and professionals in schools. Obviously, this is designed to support them, so we want to give them as much support as we can. There are issues around thinking long and hard about the advice given around things like safe spaces. The Equality Act is complex, and the rights of all young people with a range of protected characteristics has to be considered. Hence, it is very difficult to give exact advice in relation to some of these issues. We recognise and as part of the Estin guidance into celebrating difference and the guidance that's given to schools, it makes very clear that these are very complex issues, and that effective leaders recognise that there is no standard or simple response and solutions to these issues. They just need to be people need to be engaged with, look at the issues as individual issues and as individual people, and just try and get a consensus around what is the best way forward. On the case of just leaving it to teachers, I think we all very much work alongside head teachers, and head teachers ring us all the time for advice, and that advice is always there. We also are going to put in a range of training opportunities to reinforce some of the messages here. But unfortunately, I don't think there is any getting away from the fact that that these are complex issues that need to be dealt with on a case-by-case basis. I don't know if that answers your question.
If I may, not really. What I was saying is, the point is, it is complex, and teachers, not head teachers, teachers are the people who are going to be fronted with these issues, and they are very caring, but they're very stressed and overworked people often, and they need clear guidance. And if we're going to put out a toolkit, we need to put something in there, at least where they could go to for guidance, even if it's just a list of their local union rep. They need help with complex issues because they are teachers, not social workers.
Thank you, Councillor Haynes. And as they are part of this very broad consultation process, it will be good for their views to go back in, won't it, to the pot. So we have Councillor, I think you can speak now, Leader, unless anybody else jumps in.
Well, I'll be guided by you. As I said, I know that Councillor Johnson mentioned that you know, we've had a toolkit for quite a long time. I was actually the scrutiny chair when the toolkit that was brought forward by the previous Conservative administration was launched, and actually we had a special scrutiny committee to discuss it. I think it lasted about 4 hours just on that. That toolkit, and it is a toolkit. It is not guidance. It is a toolkit to help teachers to support their pupils in the best possible way. And we have a suite of different support across all equality strands, which also supports teachers to be able to support children in their care. And as Jason mentioned, we have a trauma-informed approach, because whatever life has thrown at children in our schools, we are there to support them. And we will continue to do that. Now, times change, terminology changes. It's one of those things that, you know, if you stand still for 5 years, the words that you use in equality circles changes, and you suddenly find out that you're saying something that's incorrect. So terminology changes, the toolkit needed updating. We were aware that Welsh Government was working on the LGBTQ+ action plan, and you know, we did feel that it would all go hand in hand, but the times have differed. It is probably our intention that they will gel at an appropriate time. You know, Welsh Government has very straightforward views on it. Trans women are women, trans men are men, and non-binary identities are valid. That is not something that we would argue with. So that is something from the perspective of our administration, that would be the case. We're talking about having guidance on there of how to, you know, take young people forward in different areas, and what are we doing about health, and what are we doing. Actually, there is a really superb person who's part of the LGBTQ+ action plan expert panel that works for Cardiff and Vale Health Board, and I was talking to them recently, and they've been watching these scrutinies, and they will be contributing to the consultation. They have contacts in all of our schools. So we might not have direct guidance in terms of what you do from a medical perspective, but there are people there. And I would probably caution against using some of the hype that's come out in the media about the Tavistock Clinic, because, you know, that's a different kettle of fish. What's happening in Wales is very supportive, and it's a guidance toolkit. I think also to start to put in all this, you know, safe spaces and safeguarding and everything else into the discussion. Do you know, people who are transgender make up 0.25% of the population, but they suffer from 4% of the national hate crime figures. They're not a safeguarding risk. They are at risk. They are children who need our support. And we always say to every young person in the Vale that you are important, you are valued, and you are loved. And that equally goes for every young person in the Vale that is trans. And I'd like to repeat that this evening, just in case anyone watching has felt that isn't the case. In the Vale, every single child is valued. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Burnett. I think Councillor Carroll, you've come in. Would you like to speak again?
Yes, thank you, Chair. It's just to follow up on what Councillor Haynes raised, because I think from the responses to Councillor Haynes' questions, there is an acceptance that this is a very subjective area, and as such, it's difficult for you to provide clarity. I think that seemed to be the sentiment of your responses. Is that correct?
I think it's on a case-by-case basis. Yeah.
Well,
that things need to be looked at.
If you don't mind me asking then, if that's the case, are you sure that providing a written document of this nature that does provide lots of advice is the best way to go about this? Or would it be better instead to signpost teachers' pupils to seek advice from the appropriate person rather than put out a document that may potentially cause more confusion?
No, I absolutely think that it's the right thing to do. You know, as Councillor Burnett says, this is a group of young people who, more than any other group, suffer from discrimination, from bullying, from prejudice. The vast majority of this document is very clear about how to go about supporting those young people. Where I'm talking about a case-by-case basis are some of the more practical issues around changing facilities, about residential trips, which seems to take up the majority of people's headspace on this, when it's actually a minutiae of what these issues are. The issues are these young people suffer prejudice, misunderstanding, bullying on a daily basis, and teachers and head teachers are crying out for guidance and support in relation to these issues, and I think this toolkit gives them exactly that.
But I think that, I mean, the question I would ask is, I completely agree with you regarding the sentiment of it must be incredibly difficult for people who are trans and are affected by this. I don't dispute that, and I think you're right to put the message out there that the support is available, and I completely agree with you on that. And I think that some of the other things you've said I agree with as well. The issue, though, is when it comes to those practical considerations, which you've just said yourself, you believe, and I would actually agree with you, probably do make up the minutiae, a small part of what is a much bigger issue. Would it not therefore be best not to address those practical issues in a document like this, and instead merely to signpost teachers rather than provide information that can then cause more confusion?
I don't think, with respect, I don't think it does cause more confusion. I think it just recognises that they are complex issues, and that a number of factors need to be taken into consideration. Wherever you signposted people to, that would be exactly the same position.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. And just as I said to Councillor Haynes, as part of the wider consultation, this document, which has actually been asked for by teachers, will be reviewed by teachers. So if it is inappropriate, they will be the first to say. I think we need to make that clear. Councillor Lovelock-Edwards.
Thank you, Chair. David and Jason, I want to thank you for making the sort of incorporating the revisions, the much needed revisions that are needed to this document, which I believe has been in existence now for 5+ years without any recriminations or without any negative feedback from teachers, parents or children themselves. So that in itself is a fantastic declaration of how effective the toolkit is. I just wanted to I suppose reinforce the position in terms of going forward and the consultation process, and ask for a point of clarification, because this is quite a far-reaching document. There's been some comments made here with regards to it being a subjective document, but is it fair to say that, taking into consideration the levels of hate that we see in that exist and persist across against the trans community, that this toolkit is being called for by children themselves in order to help schools understand their wants and needs? Would that be a fair assessment of why this toolkit is being broadened in terms of not just to link in with current legislation, but also in terms of the wants and needs of young people who are having to deal with not just changes in themselves, but also how their schools and their colleagues and their friends sort of go through that change process with them?
Yeah, absolutely. And I referenced earlier one of the consultation events that we held with young people, and it's always so refreshing to talk to young people, because they are their views are so well formed, and they're very clear about the need for fairness and for recognition that of difference, and it's just certainly they are calling for it, and you get the idea that, you know, the society is safe in their hands, and they are far more adept at dealing with change and of recognizing difference than maybe people who get to my ripe old age are, who have more difficulties in this. And yes, we have to be guided by them, and they are very much in favour of this. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I had one more just a quick question. In terms of it's been referenced that trade unions need to be the signpost. Is it true, from having read the document, that trade unions have been very much engaged in this process at a local and a regional level, both currently and previously when the document was first created?
I think I've met with the trade unions, all the trade unions in the Vale of Glamorgan, and flagged the toolkit up with them, and urged them to respond to within the consultation. So I'm not aware that they've responded as yet, but hopefully so. And I suppose in the meeting, the general sense was that schools need this, and that it would be welcome in schools.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We've got one more hand left. Ruba, would you like to come in?
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for the opportunity of just making a couple of comments. As the leader said, every child in the Vale matters. So, you know, this toolkit is really to add support to you know, one tranche of our children in the Vale. We you know, on a daily basis are supporting and representing our children throughout the Vale. This toolkit isn't about subjectivity. We as a council have legal duties to meet under the Equalities Act. We have duties toward all our children, and specifically towards children you know, with particular characteristics. So this toolkit comes from a legal requirement and our duty towards children with specific characteristics. So when David talks about looking at on a case-by-case basis, that's not to say that we can just, you know, snatch something out of the air to make a decision. We have specific guidelines, but factually, as we do in law every day, as you know, schools do, but also as, you know, as courts do, factually, a case by case on a case by case basis, the result may be different. But our duty is to we have a duty towards those children specifically with particularly with special characteristics. But as the leader says, every child in the Vale matters. Councillor Johnson very succinctly talked about the history of this toolkit. This toolkit, we have responded to changes in our duties and changes in the law and comments from parents and teachers. Teachers have asked for this, as you said, Chair. Teachers have asked for guidance on this issue in particular. So we have, I believe, been responsive as a council, and this is a much changed document from 2018. And also I would like to thank Councillor Johnson for the 2 points he raised around the looked after children parenting panel, that it should go to that, and to I think that may have just been something that we've missed, but also around the Welsh language. So my plea to members this evening is that I think you need to put aside any particular views you may have on the toolkit or its purpose, and really go out to your communities, talk to your local schools, talk to your local unions and community groups, and really ask them to participate in this consultation, because it is important. But we as elected members have a duty to talk to our communities and to get them to respond and bring their views forward. So I hope members will go away from here this evening and and actually talk to their communities. And Chair, finally, I would also like to thank Jason and David for this report, because they've worked really hard and they've been, it's a really good report. So thank you both. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you ever so much. Oh, that was a good debate and really, really good contributions. So I think we are at the stage now where we can move on this one. So the recommendations were that this committee, consider this report as part of this broader consultation process. There were also recommendations. There were 2 comments that we really wanted to put forward. One was that this report, through the consultation process, is viewed by the corporate parenting panel, and also that the EIA report has that reflection of Welsh translation. So do I have a hand now to move from anybody?
Yes,
yeah,
Chair.
Brilliant. Thank you ever so much, Councillor Lovelock Edwards. And do I have a seconder?
I'll second it.
Thanks ever so much, Councillor Drake. Well, that's one agenda item over then, everybody. Hopefully we won't be doing an hour for every agenda item, or we'll have to get our PJs out. Okay, so agenda item 5 is the pay policy, which is reference from Cabinet from the 2nd of February 2023. And I think we have Rob and Tracy Dixon to do this for us.
Yeah, Chair, I just wanted to come in to remind other officers on the call to leave at this point, and hopefully if somebody can call us back in.
Yeah,
Marvellous.
Thank
you,
Chair.
very much.
I'll contact senior officers once the item is done, but I believe it's this pay policy, and also if committee are happy to also have the chief officer appraisal scheme considered at the same time, because I think obviously the senior officers can't be at those 2 reports.
Thank you, Mark. So yes, so this is agenda 5, and then we'll go straight into agenda item 11. Is that okay with everybody? Thank you. Over to you, Tracy.
Thanks, Councillor Prothero. And if everybody is content, I could leave once they've answered questions on pay policy, if you like, and then you could call me back in to present the Chief Officer Performance Review document, if you'd prefer to do it that way, so it's clean and I can leave before you pass it, if that's okay. Okay, so I just wanted the opportunity to present the pay statement. So this is a statutory requirement under the Localism Act 2011, and it's been incrementally developed since then from 2012 onwards. The document has been presented in much the same way since 2012, but I would like the opportunity, if that's okay, to just point out a couple of key differences that are included in the report this year, just for the benefit of the members. So in paragraph 5.3 of the pay policy statement, we now have referenced a paragraph in relation to benefits and our commitment to sustainability from a Project Zero perspective. And you will see our benefits continue to develop in line with those principles of Project Zero. And they include elements such as the inclusion of a cycle to work scheme, for instance. In paragraph 6, we've included a statement on the chief executive role and just gone into slightly more detail around the context of the chief executive role, given its inception since 2012, since 2022. Point 7.3 is making reference to the living wage accreditation and the Cabinet report back in May 2022, which reflected our commitments to sign up to the living wage accreditation, and we draw reference to that in the pay policy statement for 2023. Our commitment still stands in that regard, and that is something that we are actively pursuing. In 7.14, we talk about our Chief Officer gender profile, and that's been updated following inclusion of additional directors since 2022. We've also included in 7.18 reference to the Chief Officer performance appraisal, which we've got under review and is the next item on this committee. So we've made reference to it in this year's pay policy statement. Again, in 8, we've got an updated gender pay index that you can see that's tabulated there. And in 11.1, we talk about salaries over the 60k, which are included in our statutory accounts. Because that 60k is static and hasn't increased, it will now include our operational managers at OM1 level. Which hasn't been an inclusion prior, and that is likely to continue as we progress through with that 60,000 staying static and obviously pay uplifts being made for subsequent years. And just a further reference on 7.4, 2023 pay discussions are still ongoing, and we reference that in the pay policy statement. So those are the only elements that I wanted to just draw out, Councillor Prothero, that are amended and will be different to the pay policy statement that was positioned in 2022. So I don't know if there's any questions in relation to the document. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. Councillor Carroll, you were first.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Tracy, for the report. It's just a question really in relation to the negotiations that are ongoing. Do we have a likely date for the conclusion of those?
Not as yet, no.
Okay, well, watch this space.
I think the intention is to try to conclude prior to the conclusions in 2022, which didn't take place until the back end of last year. So the intention is to try to conclude it prior, but at this moment, Councillor Carroll, we don't have any dates that they're working towards.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Johnson, you were next.
Thank you, Tracy. Obviously, as you say, this is an annual report, so those of us who've been here for a while have seen this evolve and change over the years. Just very quickly on in paragraph 6 on the role of the chief executive, which one of the areas you said you've expanded upon. Just there's a figure given which is the total budget of £272 million, which is the amount of funded services that we have between the AEF and the council tax, etc. Our actual income, so the turnover for 21-22 was £489 million. I'm just wondering which of these is more appropriate for discussing when we talk about the size the organisation, because the budget that we're presented with, which is the amount of money that we get from Welsh Government, the amount of money we take from council tax, etc., is different to the overall cash flow that we have. And I'm just wondering if this, which is the better way of actually expressing it, because it flows different, or it appears different depending on whether you're talking about that extra £200 million of services that we get in one form or another.
Would you like me to come back on that, Councillor Prothero, just to say that that is something that you can discuss if you want to put that forward, and that can go back then to Cabinet if that's something that you wish us to change, amend or reflect following this meeting. So it can be either or both.
I would say it's not a major point. I don't think it's phenomenally relevant to the broader purpose of the PIP policy, but it's just a clarifying reflection of the actual size of the organisation and the money that comes in and out, which I think is the purpose of that that part of 6.1.
Yes.
Councillor Haynes, would you like to speak? It's your turn.
Thank you, Chair. Oh, thank you, Chair. I'm not sure if I had the mic on there. Yes, it's just a question, a bit of clarity, really. I'm not sure if I'm reading the report right or wrong. I'm getting the impression that the annual performance review has a reflection on the pay rise of senior staff. Is that correct?
Apologies, I couldn't get myself off mute then. The pay discussions actually determine the pay uplifts that go through. So in terms of NJC staff, they are uplifted based on whatever the pay discussions end up in, Councillor Haynes. So there isn't any direct correlation to performance related pay for that group. Where there is with our chief officer groups. So, for instance, if those chief officer groups are deemed to be underperforming, they wouldn't necessarily get the next incremental rise, but they would still get the RPI uplift. But those discussions would have had to happen in a sustained way. So it wouldn't be anticipated that just through an annual performance review, they would be informed that they wouldn't have got the pay any kind of incremental uplift. We would have had to have conversations with them prior to determine the level of performance not obtained. So I wouldn't expect that first discussion that they had to be of surprise to them in their performance review. I would have expected there to have been subsequent conversations or earlier conversations to say that their performance was not meeting required objectives, and then the annual performance to cement that in saying that they would not get an incremental uplift. They may though still get the RPI.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Does that confirm?
That clarifies it exactly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Haynes. Do we have any other questions for Tracy on this particular agenda item? No?
I'll dip out then if that's okay.
That's brilliant.
Back in. Thanks.
Yeah, I'll get in touch with Tracy once it's done.
Thank you. Okay, then, so the recommendations were for committee to consider the changes to the council's pay policy. And if we had any comments, to refer those back to Cabinet. I think that as we don't have further comments, then we will consider the pay policy agreed, and therefore it will be referred on to full council for consideration. So can I have a hand, please, to move from this item?
I'll move that, Chair.
That, I think, was Councillor Drake, and we've also got Councillor Lovelock Edwards. Is that a seconder, or?
Yes, Chair.
That's great. We shall now move to agenda item 11. We've moved this up the agenda. This is the Chief Officer's Appraisal Scheme, proposed modifications. This report seeks committee's endorsement of proposals to refine the Chief Officer's appraisal system. In a nutshell, this is moving away from a limited assessment of performance, which is now based around technical delivery, to a competency-based performance management system. So who do we have to present this for us today?
Chair, that would be Tracy again. She's just rejoining now. Obviously, she had to leave for the recommendations of the previous meet.
That's brilliant.
Agenda item, so she should be joining now.
Thank you. And here she is.
Great.
Hi, Tracy.
Would you like me to present the Chief Officer Performance Review?
Please do.
Yeah.
We're waiting with bated breath.
Okay,
Thank
no
you.
problem. So thank you for the opportunity to present this Chief Officer Performance Review. So as you will see within the document, the last opportunity, or the last time that we actually reviewed the Chief Officer appraisal, was back in 2012. And it hasn't changed vastly since that point in time, and therefore it was timely for us to review and look at a different or revised approach as to how we would look to review the performance of our Chief Officer grades moving forward. And what we're seeking to do is to ensure that there is more rigour in terms of the review process moving forward from April 2023 and onwards. And the intention is that we would look to design it to develop more touch points or more opportunity for discussion. So as opposed to an annual performance review process, we would look to implement quarterly reviews on performance, and those quarterly reviews would be delivered via different mechanics. So they could be one-to-one discussions with the line manager. They could also be peer review or some form of 360 review process. So that introduces greater rigour in the process and more opportunity for those who are widely managed or have integration with those chief officers to have an input into the performance moving forward. The intention behind this is that we would look to introduce it in April 2023. We'd look to roll it out on a trial basis for the year 2023 to 2024 and review the learnings and the insights that we've got from that to shape the document moving forward from 2024 onwards. We would hope that actually the process is sound and that introducing more touch points is both beneficial for the Chief Officer to receive feedback on their performance, and also for us to audit the performance of our chief officers moving forward. But we're also very open that we might need to tweak the process as we go through, and we would bring that back to Scrutiny Committee once we'd gone through the trial period from April 2023 to April 2024. Our other intention is that the performance process would be more forward-looking via way of coaching and development conversations to look at what the future requirements are for the organisation, as well as looking back. So we'd both look back at performance, but also key to set objectives and look at developing the performance of our chief officer grades moving forward to be more future and forward looking as a performance review document. We have taken this document to our SLT for feedback and for comments. We've also taken it through our heads of service and had some initial discussions with our trade union and diversity groups. And the feedback from those groups has been incorporated into the document to bring to present to you today. So that's informed the document that we've put in front of you, which we would like to look at implementing from April 2023. So I didn't intend to go through the full document, Councillor Prothero, if that's okay, just in the essence of time, and I was very aware that we had a full agenda, but I'm more than open to take any questions that anyone may have from reading the document itself.
Thank you, Tracy. I think Councillor Carroll, you just got there first, so would you like to ask a question first?
Yeah, thank you, Tracy. It's more of an observation, rather. I welcome the move to a competency-based assessment. I think especially when you're paying people considerable sums of money. To be honest, I'm quite surprised, and I raised this previously, that we weren't doing that to begin with. So I welcome this, and I will watch with interest, and hopefully it will lead to improvement in output.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Goodjohn, you're next.
Hello, yeah, thank you for this. just as a new member, I was wondering what the mechanisms were to ensure that the same colleagues, especially at the most senior level, weren't reviewing one another and weren't the only ones from reviewing one another as a small group of people who have similar backgrounds, and to make sure that people are making sure we have a wide range of opinions and not just including, say, specific senior members talking about each other without having the full range. And also, how do you contact team members and senior members of senior management to make sure that you're getting an opinion from all sides of the aspects?
Are you okay for me to comment on that, Councillor
Please
Prothero?
do.
Yeah.
Please go ahead. Yeah.
So this would be led by ROD team, Councillor Goodjohn, and they would make all of the connections in terms of ensuring that there was a wide range of personnel as possible. So it wouldn't just be us as a Chief Officer group doing any kind of peer-to-peer review on our own performance. This would be our line managers reviewing our performance, as well as possibly people within our teams, for instance, possibly people who have got wider connections outside of our teams, for instance. So from a HR perspective, that could include our equalities team, for instance, for feedback and review. So they would be leading on that process, and they would be ensuring that there's wide as possible connections with those groups. It would be discussed with the chief officers. If there was any conflict in any of that, then we'd obviously work it through. What I would say is it's received really positive feedback, actually, and I think most of our chief officer grades would welcome that kind of objective review of performance and look at personal growth. I don't foresee it as a particular issue, but time will tell, I suppose, as we go through the review process as to how that works.
Thank you, Tracy.
Thank you.
Councillor Haynes, would you like to ask your question?
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, me again. It's not really a question. It's much the same as the previous councillor just said. I'm a bit concerned about peer review. I think it could be abused easily, not so much as self-assessment, but peer review. I do worry about peer review, and I would hope if you're going to use that system, there would be ample security, shall we say, in it to enable that I'm not just reviewing my friend and his friend and his friend and people of the same level. So that's basically all I have to say on the subject. Thank you.
Do you want me to respond, Councillor Prothero, or are you happy it's just... So what I will say is that our learning and OD team will ensure that there's rigour in the process. It won't be a procedure that friends are reviewing friends. And actually, we've got a highly competent professional group of chief officers who are very constructive in terms of the criticism or feedback they would provide to one another. So I would like to think that actually we'd all look to our own personal growth and to support one another whilst being very open around how we can see things develop. But as I say, because we're looking to do it on a review process, that if we see or exhibit any experience of that, then we would look to ensure that we put further rigour in on the process. I'm not particularly concerned at this point in time, putting it forward, that we would get friends reviewing friends, for instance.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson, you were next.
Thank you, Tracy. I think moving to a process where there's a greater number of touch points and a greater amount of reflection, I think will be beneficial to our senior staff, because a lot of them will be in the same role or the same post for a long period of time. Having a more frequent update of their strengths, weaknesses, and opportunities for improvement, I think will probably be very good. I would just two quick clarifications. One is just could you just remind us what level, going down to what level is this in terms of the groups that we're discussing here, And also just on the appendices at the bottom, the last couple of pages, I'm just checking whether it's the same matrix twice that I've got in my in the pack, or whether it's or whether they're referring to different things. They look like they're labelled the same to me, but I'm just double checking whether that's whether they are the same, whether they're referring to something different. I hope that makes sense, Jason.
I think it does, Councillor Johnson, but if I could just respond to your first point first, if that's okay. So this would be all of our chief officer grades that we would be looking to integrate this process in. So this would be our heads of service, and potentially then moving down to our operational manager level would be the intention. So all, including all of our chief officer grades. It could be, Councillor Johnson, that we'd roll that out in a controlled manner. So I just wanted to highlight that really. It might not be that we would front load it all at the first end. It might be that we start with our heads of service and cascade that out further. In terms of the matrix, I'm not sure what you're seeing, but I think it's probably the same thing twice. But I can have a look at that and confirm that back to you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Wood.
Hi, I just have a rather general question about how you'll be picking or assessing the types of targets that you're going to ask people to aim for. Obviously, we have a lot of behavioural issues raised in this document, which is fine. But do you foresee it's likely that quantifiable targets will be a large part of this assessment in terms of savings achieved or efficiencies achieved? Do you have the mechanisms to assess those accurately alongside behavioural improvements within the work environment and the way that people work?
I would say yes, Councillor Wood. So we would ensure that they're SMART objectives, that they're based on both competency and our performance that's aligned to our annual delivery plan and our team plans. So yes, we could both have evidential information that's based on the annual delivery plan and our team plans in terms of performance moving forward, and that the behavioural elements are assessed by the competencies that we would be establishing, or are established actually, okay. But we would just be ensuring that they work towards within a performance framework. And those would be visible and transparent also.
Okay, that's interesting. Oh, good. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Wood. Do we have anybody else who would like to ask any questions? No?
I'll leave now if that's okay as well.
Yeah,
and
that's
I'll come
great.
Back in. Thank you all.
Thank you ever so much, Tracy. So we can move on to our recommendations then. So the recommendations were that this committee considers the contents of this report and that the committee refers the proposals for the Chief Officer's appraisal to Cabinet, and the meeting will be taking place on the 27th of February 2023 for Cabinet's endorsement prior to final consideration and approval by Council on the 6th of March 2023. So they will introduce then this new scheme, if everything goes through, from the 1st of April 2023. So can I have a hand to move that recommendation, please? Thank you, Councillor Goodjohn. And can I have a seconder as well?
I'll second that, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Drake. That's marvellous. So we'll now move on to, or rather back to, agenda item 6, which is the budget 2023-2024. This is a reference from Cabinet that sat on the 19th of January 2023. This budget proposal has been subjected to 4 weeks of consultation, and that commenced on the 19th of January 2023. And I think we've got Tom Bowring or Matt to take us through this report.
Chair, just let you know, senior officers are rejoining, obviously following the previous, so they will be with us now.
Thanks very much.
I'll just chase them up again, Chair, bear with me.
Thank you. We've got Tom. I think Matt Bowman was going to take us through this report, wasn't he? The budget.
Yeah,
Here he is.
Matt
Here he
and
is.
Tom have
And there
joined.
he
Yeah.
is.
Yay! Thank you. Oh, you're still on mute, Matt. Thank you.
Evening, everyone.
Evening.
I've got a set of slides that I'm going to put up. They're going to cover all 5 of the finance papers tonight, but I'll take the presentation down after each section.
Thank you.
So I'll start off with the budget, which will be the focus of attention. So as I've just said, we'll cover this evening the revenue budget that went out for consultation in January, the capital strategy budget proposals that went to same cabinet, along with fees and charges, and then we'll come to the latest revenue and capital monitoring reports. So starting off with the revenue budget, I'm just going to go through some broad context, and then we'll get into the more of the specific detail relevant to this scrutiny committee. So there's been very good news on the local government settlement that we had just before Christmas. And actually we were starting to have the glimmers of some good news when the Chancellor made the budget in November, and actually announced, as well as committing to the 3-year spending settlement, had also identified extra money for health, social care, schools and business. And because of the Barnett formula that's in place, that means that £644 million was needed to be directed to Wales. What we didn't know following that budget announcement in November was how much of that money was going to find its way to local government. The good news is that £227 million has been directed to local government at a time of significant pressure. So our aggregate external financing for 23-24 is 7.9%, and that's a huge increase over the 3.5% anticipated. One of the drivers for the allocation of the overall funding is the standard spending assessment, and for Wales that increased by 6.2% on average. There are a couple of key components to that formulaic framework, and they're the school service block and the social services block, and they're up by 5 and 6.7% respectively. Interesting to know that the school service block takes account of the cost of the 23-24 pay award, but it didn't take into account the shortfall that we've experienced in the 22-3 awards in our budgets. And the social services figure higher than is slightly higher, and that's because of the commitment to pay the real living wage to workers in the whole of the care sector in Wales. The Vale has done slightly better than those Wales averages. Actually, there was a range of between about 5.4% and 9.3% across Wales, and because of demographic factors from the last couple of years, Vale sees an increase of £16.6 million. So that's up £10 million from the number that we had in the strategy back in October. So really well received. Interesting as well, the overall SSA increases for the Vale are 6.4, and they break down into schools 5.1 and social services 7%. So both of those, all 3 of those numbers, slightly higher than the Wales average, and for the same reason around demographic changes. What does this then mean for our financial position? So the good news is that on the funding side, we see total increased funding of £20.1 million, a 7.66 increase, assuming that a council tax increase of 4.9% is levied. The pressures are down as well. They're down to £30.7 million. On a base budget of 273, that's 11%. So we still have quite a gap between the pressures that we're experiencing and the additional funding. The SLT has worked really, the senior leadership teams worked really hard to push the pressures down, and done that in collaboration with members through budget working groups as well. But at the end of the day, a large component of those pressures are inflationary, and there's little that is in our means to actually push those down. So the draft budget for consultation still had pay and energy pressures in the order of £15 million. On top of those pressures, we're also experiencing pressures in a couple of the major services, mostly in social services, where there's significant pressure around residential and domiciliary care costs. And colleagues will be familiar with the difficulties the council has had in commissioning that care in the current financial year. So there's significant growth required there, which will address the commitment to real living wage as well, of course. Homelessness is a continued pressure for the council. So some of the regulatory responsibilities that came in during COVID still in place, but we're seeing reduction in grant to support that. There is also a continuing trend around additional living needs in our education sector, both in special school and in mainstream settings. So an extra £1 million just required for Escaladeri alone. And then the final major pressure we're experiencing is around school transport, and that's for a myriad of reasons. There's very few providers to start with. There's a national shortage of drivers, there's increased need and inflationary pressure, so everything conspiring us against there, and a pressure of £1 million too. So the updated position is a gap of £6 million. In truth, that's actually £9.2 million, because the gap between the pressures and the funding in part is bridged by the use of reserves on a one-off basis for some pressures that we're considering that are transitory and short-lived, although there are strategies in place over the longer term to mitigate those costs. We're going to now go through a couple of slides that Tom's going to take you through, starting off with the scrutiny specific cost pressures relating to Tom's directorate.
Thank you, Matt. And what's shown on your screen this evening, Chair and Committee, is the proposed pressures that we're putting forward as part of the budget. Matt mentioned that these pressures have been reduced across the board. For corporate resources, these started at just over £1.4 million at the beginning of the process, and we've got them down to 690,000 by considering alternative means of financing some of them and making decisions that we wouldn't invest in some things that in an ideal world we obviously would do. And I guess these can be kind of summarised as some capacity building within the directorate. It's a new directorate following the restructure of the strategic leadership team last spring. So there's some capacity building going in, and in some areas of emerging activity. There's a mention here for a senior lawyer around private matters, which is something that is increasingly drawing on resource that hasn't done in the past. So there's some additional investment in terms of resources. There's a number of pressures around ICT systems that are listed here. We've got a range of different requirements, I guess, in terms of the pressures. Some of them are inflationary in terms of existing contracts. Some is in terms of recognising commitments that the council has previously made and now making base budget provision for, and others is in making sure that we regularise the fact that we've got budget available for certain IT systems that are in use across the directorate. So that's the next largest. And then finally, there's one at the bottom around land charges income shortfall. That's as a result of changes in the way that land charges are administered, with more being done by central government, less by ourselves, and therefore an equivalent loss of income as well. So that's the resources as a whole cost pressures. I think the next slide, Matt, then shows the policy budget pressures. So I don't know whether, do you want me to cover these, or do you want to?
I can cover these. So there's just three main pressures in 23-24 financial year. So these are council level policy pressures. The Independent Remuneration Panel for Wales draft annual report has an impact on those remunerations, 50k pressure. The fire levy is a real pressure for us. Obviously, the fire service experiencing many of the similar pressures that the council is experiencing. As a levying body, can pass those costs on to us. And then we've had an underlying pressure on the availability of Welsh translation. That budget's been overspending in recent years, and we need to address that and put the additional funding in. And that ties in some of the work that we set out we do in the financial strategy, that we need to have realistic budgets that everyone is working to. So those are those. There's a couple of pressures then that will come forward in future years around the city deal and the costs of borrowing to support our investment in those arrangements. So moving on to savings, colleagues remember that we put a framework in place to support services in formulating their savings proposals. There's a range of themes there, range from demand management, investing in early intervention, right through to encouraging the community to engage further in the delivery of services. I would pick out a couple that we will see predominantly in savings here and that we've seen in the directorates. And certainly one of those is around generating income. We've had a real push on that this year, making sure that we're covering our costs and that our charges are comparable with other providers as well. So back to Tom momentarily to take you through the ones that are specific to this committee.
Great, thank you, Matt. So the service savings that we're proposing here, Chair, it's worth, I suppose, noting that 80% of the budget within corporate resources is spent directly on staff. So what we've sought to do is identify a series initially of non-staff related savings. So you'll see a number of what are described as budget adjustments, categorised as service reviews. And what, as a leadership team, we've done within the directorate is go through the last few years worth of expenditure on a line by line basis, identifying potential areas that we can make savings in non-staff spend. So that's what those budget adjustments are. There's the mention of the mobile phone contract. That's saving of £55,000 as a result of renegotiating that contract, and ditto the managed print service. So for the council's printing across the corporate estate, if you like, is estimated to save £70,000 in the following financial year. So that's the ones that are on that slide. And then you can see a series of further savings here, reduction in the support costs for the RSA support. That's what we put in place in order to allow members of staff and elected members to access remotely during the pandemic. We were just, in effect, right-sizing the contract on those ones. And then there are, I'll come back to the asset strategy pieces. there's some removal of vacant posts within the property services team, so looking at realigning the staffing structure there. We brought a report previously to Cabinet on additional voluntary contributions for staff in terms of making deductions from their payroll, so that's estimated at 25,000. And then we're going to be looking at adopting e-billing within revenue, so sending people electronic communication rather than printed copy, and doing the same with housing benefits, but in terms of hybrid mail. So this is where we in effect send our printing and postage off-site to be done as part of a bulk contract. There are a few adjustments within internal audit as well. So the counter fraud budget reduction is a historic vacancy, so there's no reduction in service there. So that's just realising that. As members will be aware, it's a shared service across the region, so we're taking a proportion of the savings in terms of a vacant post and some other miscellaneous savings as well. And then just finally, in terms of reviewing the use of council premises in terms of our office accommodation, so we're committing to do that with the current contact centre site, which is based in part of Barry Library, and also looking at the future use of the docks office with the direction of travel being that that's not for office accommodation, so that would represent a saving to the facilities management budget, which is within my directorate as well. So they're the savings in total that come to £582,000 for the coming financial year.
And then similarly, some broader savings outside the resources directorate. There's a proposal to reduce the hospitality budget and twinning services by 40k. There's an appropriation of debt to the HRA, and that makes sure that we're charging capital financing costs to the right place. So there are elements of those that need to be charged to the ring-fenced HRA. And then we do have temporary capital financing headroom with the capital programme running while slipping behind programme. So there's some one-off savings for us to take there, reducing over time. So that's the savings. In respect to the budget, I do want to talk a little bit about reserves. We also set out that we would do this in our budget strategy back in October. The council has managed its finances very well historically and does have solid reserves. Excluding schools, they were £114 million at the end of last financial year, and forecast to reduce to 83 million at the end of the current financial year. Obviously, some of that will be impacted by continued delivery of the capital programme, and also whether we see a repeat of late grant coming in from Welsh Government that displaces spend in the current year. So that's a number we'll continue to be closely monitoring. What we have done, allied to the work that we've already started in the financial year to bring some more visibility and transparency about reserves, where we've started to include them in the revenue monitoring report and on a consistent basis. We've streamlined them, which will help with visibility and transparency, and more importantly, we've aligned them to the key risks of the council. That's been a huge piece of work that's been done across the autumn, a lot of work from the finance team, but also from the services, and they've been very engaging in that piece of work. The general governance around reserves is strong, but we've taken the opportunity to tighten that up a little bit as well. So some of the movements that you'll see in the reserves are that we've set aside or targeted reserves towards pay pressures, energy pressures, the corporate landlord initiative, general investment, and digital. So that's not only just aligning them with risk, but making sure that we have reserves that support this future transformation of the council and delivery of savings in the future. The senior leadership team have been fully engaged in that process, as I've said. And as you'll have seen from the opening a couple of slides, that the fact that we have robust reserves does mean that we can smooth some of the financial pressures that we're experiencing over a couple of years. So that's been mainly around homelessness, where we have the grant reductions, but there is a strategy in place to create extra provision in the county, and also energy costs, that there is a very clear spike at the moment that is expected to ease over time, but difficult to forecast exactly to the extent we've smooth that out. And also there's significant investment in social services in the draft budget for consultation. We've taken the view that it'll take some time for all those new financial commitments to be met, and have therefore spread the investment in social services over two years. So an element of that going into the base budget in 23-4. There is a very large, higher likelihood that were we to put all that money in 23-4, we may well see underspends in the service, which would be difficult to sort of pallet when we're making savings and reductions elsewhere across the council's budgets. As part of the reserves review that we've done, though, there is money set aside should those commitments come through earlier than anticipated. So just a next steps budget timetable slide to finish this first section of the finance reports this evening. The public consultation started on the 20th of January, the day after the cabinet meeting. That runs actually to the 16th of February. We'd in the online comms it was 15th, but in the cabinet report we'd had 16th of February. So we've honoured the later date. That will give us a bit of a challenge in turning the reports round for cabinet on the 27th of February. And scrutiny consultation, we've had a series of 5 scrutiny meetings over the last fortnight. This is the last of them. And then the final proposals will go to cabinet, as I've just mentioned, on the 27th of February. The final settlement from Welsh Government now is expected on the 1st of March, so a couple of days earlier than we'd earlier advised. Not expecting anything major to come through from that. And then the final proposals will go forward to council on the 6th of March for approval. So we'll have one too many slides. We'll have a pause there, so opportunity for questions from the committee and opportunity for you to put forward any recommendations to cabinet. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Matt. Councillor Franks, I see your hand.
Thank you, Chair. I'm grateful for Matt's explanation, but I wonder if I could direct my points to a cabinet member rather than an officer. I'd like to particularly focus on the proposal to cut £2 million from our schools. Now, this is a significant sum when schools are facing huge financial uncertainty, including the unfunded uplift for the salary for this current financial year. We also do not know if schools are going to receive vital grants. Now, we all know, I imagine, that the most vulnerable pupils tend to benefit most from these grants. So I'd like to ask, how much would a typical primary and secondary school lose? And what would be the impact on pupils? I do have a few more points, Chair. Would you like me to ask them or wait for a reply?
I think we can take this question first, can't we?
Thank you.
I don't know if the leader is on at the moment. She might be able to respond. Yes, here you are.
I am here. In fact, we had a very constructive budget forum meeting earlier this week. schools recognise that we are passing on as much of the funding that we can, but when schools take or have allocated over 50% of the council's budget, and we have got, if not the highest, one of the highest rates of delegation of funding direct to our schools, that they understand, as difficult as it is, that they also share some of the burden that we have for savings. And because, as I said, they're funded, it's 50% of our budget, then if they weren't sharing that load, we'd be talking about an awful lot more cuts elsewhere in the service. And it is very difficult. We don't totally know about the exact funding. We don't totally know about funding for uplifts or how grants are going to work out. We don't normally get that through now, and we won't get it. We won't get details on that until the budgets are finalised. I think I heard that's a day early. I think it's going to be in the first few days of March, but we don't have those figures yet. And I would imagine that Councillor Franks would probably be aware of that. In terms of impact on pupils, we will continue to work with our schools, as I told them the other day, that we will do everything in our power to support them and our pupils in these difficult times. As one of my fellow council leaders said, we're into austerity on steroids at the moment, aren't we? Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Leader. Perhaps I should have added that I do have a degree of sympathy for the challenges facing the council, given the chaos inflicted upon us by Westminster and the car crash of the Trust's budget. And I think the ramifications are still being felt. It'll be interesting to see what our Conservative friends say about such things. However, the October budget projected that next financial year's budget was going to be dreadful, and it has already caused serious damage. Staff have not been appointed, and vital tasks have been unfunded. And I'm afraid that the scare stories that were put about by Cabinet have had already an adverse impact. Now, it seems that the forecasts were wildly inaccurate. And I just wonder, again, referring to schools, Leader, do you know the impact last October's faulty forecast has had on schools in terms of staffing and allocation of resources?
Do you want me to come back in on that, Chair? I'm a bit incredulous, if I'm honest, Councillor Franks. Our officers have worked relentlessly to work with the figures as they had them at the time. We were in the stage of every single time we looked at the figures, they seem to have gone up. And hang on, I've got some notes here. In those days, in October, when we looked at it, if we looked at the initial cost pressures that we were facing, which was over 38 million, and we'd have been looking at nearly a 45% increase in council tax to meet those. That's where we were. That was the ballpark figures that we were looking at. When we looked at what we were projected to get from Welsh Government at that time, which was 3.5%, that would have given us 6.51 million. Council tax we had projected on, we'd modelled on what it went up last year, which was 3.9%, because you have to choose somewhere to model your finances on, and that gave us about 3.4 million and left us with a gap of 28 million. If we'd gone with that, we'd have been looking at a 33% council tax rise. So then we had the figures from Welsh Government, and I have to say I was absolutely thrilled, as were other leaders, but it didn't get us out of the woods. It didn't get us out of the woods. What we were looking at, instead of the 6.51 million from Welsh Government, we got 16.6 million from Welsh Government. And then modelling on a 4.9% council tax increase, that brought in 5.3 million and took us down to we'd reduced the pressures that we had down to 30 million. Still left us now with an overall gap of 6 million. Now, if we managed that without cuts, we'd still be talking an additional 7% increase in council tax, which would take our increase in council tax up to 12%. And as you might have seen, there are some councils that are looking in the close to 10% range. We didn't feel that was acceptable for the residents of the Vale in terms of what could be done at every time we've looked. But when you look at cost pressures, you can actually look at investments. You know, in terms of inflation, there's very little we could do about that, except as Matt's talked about, trying to smooth out some of the increases that we had, in the hope that energy costs was a spike rather than a long-term increase. So we dealt with some of those, but you'll see that a lot of the things that we were projecting as investments, actually they've been put off, because that's how we've managed it. So in the coming year, when people say, well, I thought we were going to do such and such. Well, actually, sorry, no, that was one of the things that we're not doing, because we need to get the council tax increase to a manageable level. And we've got it to less than half of current inflation. Now, I'll go back into this when we actually bring this back to Cabinet again on the 27th of February. I'll go through this in more detail. But I actually find it quite insulting for you to talk about the work that our expert officers have put into this work in pulling these figures together. And I will tell you that they have been regarded as experts by other councils and asked for their advice as well. They've done an absolutely superb job on what were shifting sands over the last 6 to 9 months, and they have done a phenomenal job. So that's where we are at the moment, and I really would be grateful if you would retract some of those comments.
Thank you, Leader. Can I remind you, this is a scrutiny meeting to scrutinise Cabinet. We're not scrutinising the officers, and this is an old trick of yours to try to claim outrage when anyone challenges you. It might work with some people. It doesn't work with me. So I'll continue, Chair. I have at least 2 more questions. There's reference to the fire levy. Now, I know the Fire Authority has an absolute right to precept us, but I couldn't see any reference to the percentage rise of the Fire Authority's precept. And I'm also seeking further information regarding the £200,000 savings at the Docks office. Now, 200,000 is a substantial amount in terms of savings, but it also begs the question, what will happen to the Docks offices?
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Franks.
Thank you.
And if we can take those 2 quickly, because we do need to let other people speak. Thank you so much. So it's the fire levy and the 200,000 savings on the Dock office. Can we give a little bit more info? Thank you.
I've just got the letter up from the fire in front of me. I'm just done a quick scan of it. It looks like 8.2% increase.
Thank you, Matt.
They did incur further costs during their budget setting process, and there was quite a pushback collectively from the counties. There'd been a risk of that being a 13% increase and an extra in the order of 700k for us. But whilst Tom picks up your Doc's office question, I'll have a better read of the letter, and if I've misrepresented it, I'll come back.
Thank you.
Thank you, Matt.
No problem at all. And in terms, Councillor Franks, of the Doc's office, the proposal is to make a saving of £300,000 across the 2 financial years from the facilities management budget. That's the budget that sits within my directorate and largely pays towards office accommodation. As members will be aware, as an authority, as with most other organisations, we've got a large proportion of our office-based staff working from a mix of the office and at home. So we're looking at what we need in terms of the overall office accommodation portfolio. So the proposal that's in the budget proposals is to stop using the Doc office for office accommodation. So that will lead to a saving of £200,000 in the next financial year. That's predicated on the running costs of that building and realisable savings. In terms of the question that you asked in terms of the future use of the Doc's office, we commissioned some work to consider the options that would be available for Cabinet to consider in the future for what the Doc's office could be used for. And as part of a report about the overall use of the Council's estate from an office accommodation perspective, we'll be bringing that to Cabinet within the next couple of months for their consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Councillor Franks. Right, do we have any other hands to ask questions?
Councillor Carroll, I think, is first, Chair.
Oh, right, okay. I can't see any more hands, but maybe that's just...
Yeah, it's Councillor Carroll and then Councillor Johnson.
Ah, right. Thank you. Councillor Carroll, over to you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And I'd like to begin by thanking everybody who produced the budget. I appreciate that lots of work goes into it, and I think that we should all place that thanks on the record and appreciate that. However, I am concerned by some of the comments in response to Councillor Franks' questions. Councillor Franks raised a number of points, some of which I agreed with, some of which I profoundly disagreed with, as you will probably expect. However, this is a scrutiny committee, and it's not showing anybody disrespect to be scrutinising the forecasts or the figures that are brought before us. That's our job as councillors. It isn't insulting to anybody to suggest that we ask whether the numbers add up. And I think it's quite concerning if we're told not to provide that scrutiny on that basis. So I think every year we often set the budget at this stage, then we come to the final accounts, and then we might see surpluses, we might see the council making a profit, and then at the end of the year,
it boots in the bag.
At the end of the year, then we're asking, were our forecasts accurate? Could we perhaps have gone for a lower council tax increase than that was agreed at the budget meeting? And these are perfectly legitimate questions, and I think it's important that those questions are asked.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. I don't know if the leader wants to come back on that or not.
I will actually. I absolutely welcome scrutiny. I love being asked questions. What I don't like is some of the phraseology and the terminology that's used in it. I think we all need to treat each other with respect. I will listen back to some of the comments made. If I was inaccurate in my appraisal of them, I will apologise. If I'm not, I would expect the member to apologise. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And I think the next hand is Councillor Johnson. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a couple of questions regarding the cost pressures and a couple of questions on the savings being proposed. So I'll try and rattle through them fairly quickly.
Thank you.
The leisure contract, there's a cost pressure of £250,000 for next year for increased energy costs. Is that a fixed cost, or is that an estimate? Sort of given the and has that been changed recently, considering projections for energy costs going forward? I wouldn't mind a bit of explanation on how the cost of B&B homes accommodation has been explained here. So we have I think a 2.3 million cost for next year, but then a minus figure of £1 million for the year after, and a minus figure of 500,000 for the year after that. So an explanation on what's going on there. In Learning and Skills Department, there's a reduction in out-of-county income that's over the next 4 years is a fairly substantial figure. I'm just trying to understand whether that is because other counties are no longer using our services because we are utilising them to such an extent that they are not able to, and if that's what's causing the pressure and the interactions within that, because obviously we have additional costs regarding our complex needs placements, etc. So if there's an explanation on that, that would be great. And then with regards to the savings, I'd like to draw attention to, I think, 3 different points very quickly. One is the suggestion that we stop providing newspapers and DVDs in libraries. I think that's certainly regarding newspapers. I mean, Barry very much started with its reading rooms and literacy and availability of free reading materials. I feel that doesn't align with our position on warm spaces and things like that. I would be interested to hear the thoughts behind stopping the provision of sandbags, considering impacts of climate change and flooding that we've seen in the Vale in recent years, and the necessity of those sandbags in certain locations. And finally, I listened with interest, as lots of people did, to last night's Environment and Regeneration meeting, which discussed the green waste proposals, for example. Now I'm staying agnostic on my position on that, but one of the figures that's been bandied around either in both cabinet and I think at the meeting last night was a suggestion that 60% of people currently use the service, and the line I think from the cabinet member was that means 40% of people are subsidising the service they don't use, but 60% of people are using the service, but our plans are for only 20% of people to take a subscription. And our figures are predicated upon that 20%. So that seems to me to be a substantial number of people that we are not anticipating taking up that subscription service should it be introduced. As I say, I'm agnostic on that at the moment. And that either is going to lead to, I'd have thought, a substantial amount of fly tipping or issues to be dealt with from the 40% of houses that have green waste but it's not being collected, or we are substantially underestimating the number of potential subscribers to this, and therefore that will actually produce a greater number than is currently being touted. So I appreciate there's quite a few different points in there. I'm happy to repeat them if anyone forgets what I've said in responding. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. And I think it's probably the opportunity to just clarify that we've had a presentation today on the specific savings and cost pressures to do with this committee. I understand that we can hopefully get some responses to some of the queries to do with other directorates, and they've already been discussed on other committees. I think if we talk about everything in the 400-page document in this meeting, we probably will be repeating what's been done in committees gone before. So can we have a response to those particular items, as Councillor Johnson has asked?
Sorry, Chair. If I can just go in, I thank you and I appreciate and that it's difficult, but this is the overarching scrutiny committee which looks at all of these issues. So they might well have been debated previously, but this is also, in my opinion, the appropriate place, to raise issues, because this is the final point, before it reaches cabinet. Thank you.
Yes, and I've just asked if we can give them those points, if they can come up with some responses to them today, if that's possible.
I can respond to the 3 cost ones for starters. So the leisure services contract, there's clauses in that contract that effectively mean the council carries the utility cost risk. So we will see the value of that contract increase next year. Hopefully, as energy prices ease back, we may see some of that coming back in our direction, but difficult to forecast at this time. So those are the utility costs of the Parkwood in the contract. Homelessness. This is where we have the temporary use of reserves to cushion us against the reduction in government grant in this area. So the service are putting a strategy in place to create additional capacity, council capacity, so that we're less reliant on expensive third-party provision, but that will take a couple of years to come in. So we've put the full cost in year one, and as that strategy comes into play, we should see our overall costs of homelessness coming down. Whilst that strategy takes place to come in, we'll smooth some of that pressure out with the reserves that we've set aside. And you're right around the out-county placements. What we've seen is neighbouring authorities where some of our who've been placing some of their children in our provision have been creating their own provision. So they've so we've seen less coming in, and because of the pressures in our own population, we need to be creating more places for our own children as well. So those are the cost pressures. This, as you said, this a 15k reduction for newspapers and DVDs in libraries, and 5k for sandbags in neighbourhood services. I don't have any more information on either of those for you this evening, on what the impact of that might be. And then I would say on garden waste, and this is a bit of a get out for finance people sometimes, there are some areas that are really difficult to forecast, and when you're bringing a new initiative like this forward to actually forecast take up and how much we need to be building in the budget is a challenge. But there's 500k for this year at the moment based on the best available information we have at the time.
Thank you, Matt. Is that okay, Councillor Johnson? Thank you. I think the next person to speak is Councillor Wood. I think it was his hand next.
Hi, thank you, Chair.
Hello.
I'm just looking at the paragraph about school teachers' pay, because we are undergoing some industrial disputes at the moment with the teachers. So where we're looking at pay is forecast for 3.5% from September 23, is that what is currently under negotiation, or that is what will come under negotiation in September? I understand that the pay deals are negotiated and we're late this year. Is that correct? And so we're assuming that they will be rising by 3.5% from September this year, but that doesn't reflect the numbers that I hear they're not accepting at the moment, in which case that could be an underestimate. Am I correct?
Yeah. So I can pick that up. So forecasting pay is as difficult as forecasting green weighted income, I would say. What you'll see when the final budget proposals come through is that we'll have needed to update some of our thinking across all of pay. Certainly on local government pay in and around Christmas, we have been advised by Welsh Government that we should be forecasting around 5%. For the local government pay award from the 1st of April in 23. Certainly most recent advice is that we need to have a rethink of that and perhaps put 1% or more on there. And then similarly with the ongoing teachers pay award discussions, we do have an underlying shortfall in the budget in this financial year. In 22-23, we budgeted 3 and 5's been awarded, and now this talk of, well, the latest offer that's been turned down is 8%. on that in 2023. The advice we're hearing is that the Welsh Government would have made up that shortfall in year. Of the 3%, further 3% increase, 1.5% was one-off and 1.5% consolidated into the underlying pay. So we would need to be picking that up. And then around our general provision for inflation for teachers' pay awards from September, where we currently have 3.5%, it's probably going to be more appropriate to be forecasting in the order of 5%. So there's quite a lot going on with the budget at the moment. Not only do we go out to public consultation and consult with Scrutiny, but we're naturally continuing to work on all the estimates as a team as well.
No, I appreciate that. It's just I was quite assuming 3.5 being accepted is quite optimistic, I would assume. So I presume, as you say, these forecasts will be reviewed and put into future planning and things like this. But it's obviously going to be a significant amount of money. I don't envy you trying to plan these things, but yes, it's. I think we try to be as conservative and sensible as we can. Anyway, thank you, Chair. Thank you very much, Matt.
Thank you, Councillor Goodjohn.
Thank you, everyone, for some great points. So particularly Councillor Johnston, who raised a lot of points that I already raised with directors and with cabinet members to clarify their positions on, and a lot of it was very, very positive and very good with the kind of changes that they want to move, which is why I haven't brought it up so far in scrutiny, including the counter fraud budget reduction. I spoke to Tom about that, for example. Just a few points I wanted to raise, as was stated yesterday at the Environment and Regeneration Committee, the risk to do with the green bag subscription. Again, as Councillor Johnston pointed out, I think it's important we point out there are also possible benefits, that it may generate more than £500,000, and that would be fantastic as well if people want to take us up on the offer to continue taking their green waste. And on top of that, I just wanted to comment on the council tax section of the report, and to ask if we can include it includes the increase for a band D property, but to ask if we could include the increase for the average property based on the council tax base in the Vale of Glamorgan, because the average property in the Vale of Glamorgan is of course not band D. So if we could include that information or get that information, that would be very interesting. If not, I'll work it out myself, but I think that's quite important. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Goodjohn. Matt? Oh, you're on mute, Matt.
All right, just on the council tax one, I'm naturally in the process of starting to draft the final budget report. Obviously, there's a couple of numbers moving around, and I need to be factoring the public consultation and the scrutiny consultation in. But I do have a table in the report that has the increases at all band levels. So we'll put a bit more information. I'm planning to put some more information in the council tax on the final report.
Thank you. I don't know if that's a legacy hand, Councillor Wood, or would you like to ask another question?
Apologies, Chair. I forgot to take it down.
That's okay. No problem. No problem at all. Okay. Do we have any more questions? No? Okay. That's brilliant. So we can move on to the recommendations then. So with this agenda item, they were that committee consider this report as part of the consultation process, along with the comments from all of the other scrutiny committees with their specific areas. I think we only had comments actually from Healthy Living and Social Care, which the committee's already seen. So I think that if we can now move from this agenda item. Can I have a hand? Thank you, Councillor Goodjohn. And can I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor. Oh, thank you.
Sorry, I interrupt you, Belle.
I think that was Councillor Lovelock-Edwards. Brilliant. Thanks very much.
Just to check, Chair, it was simply noting this report and just referring the comments of healthy living and social care onto Cabinet for consideration?
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Chair. Thanks for confirming.
Now, we've been going for quite some time now. I don't know if, as we're about halfway through, committee would appreciate 10 minutes to stretch their legs. How does everybody feel? I think that would be a good idea. Shall I just suggest that we do then, just for 10 minutes? Go and run around your kitchen, just stretch your legs.
Happy
and we'll
to
come
agree
back.
with that, Chair.
Yeah, and we'll come back in 10 minutes, yeah? So it is now 10 to, so we can all be back in 10 minutes. Thank you.
We'll pause the live stream and recording as well,
Yes,
Chair.
brilliant. Thanks, everybody.
Muted, Councillor Haynes.
Thank you. Yes, I understand I have to leave at this point due to my declaration of interest. How do I know when to come in?
If I drop you an email, Councillor Haynes, when the item is closed and rejoin then, are you going to be online?
Well, I can be online, but yeah, okay. I suppose that's one way.
Or
I don't think email is the best form of communication ever. But
well, the other option I've got, Councillor, I can just give you a phone call.
That would be better, yes.
Yeah, that's fine then. That's fine. Not a problem.
Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Haynes.
I'll just restart the recording now, Chair.
Thank
Bear
you.
with me. Right, recording has started again, Chair.
Thank you. So now we move swiftly on to agenda item 7, which is the Vale of Glamorgan proposed fees and charges for 2023-24. This is a reference that's been taken from Cabinet, which sat on the 19th of January 2023. I think we have, do we have Rob Thomas to do the presentation? No, we don't. Do we have Matt to do the presentation?
Me with a couple of colleagues chipping in from time to time.
Brilliant. Thank you, Matt. Over to you.
So just let me get. The capital slightly out of order. So fees and charges. So we've rightly kept with the process that council's had in place the last couple of years. So there's a consolidated fees and charges report that includes fees across all the council's services, predominantly neighbourhood services, but also resources, place, learning skills and social services. And quite a hefty report for people to get through, I appreciate. This has, as I said at the start, factored into our financial strategy for this year. It's really important that when we're setting fees and charges that we actually make sure that we're covering all of our costs unless we actually make a conscious decision to give some concession. So the majority of fees and charges do reflect increases in line with inflation or up to the headline level inflation that we were seeing just before Christmas. And just for ease of charging, I guess a number of these would have been rounded up to the nearest 5 or 10p. Some charges will have increased higher than this percentage, and that would be because they've not been reviewed for a couple of years perhaps, or because they've not been covering all their costs. Some will remain the same, where we've been trying to protect different parts of the community, and some will have indeed decreased slightly. So quite a range in the report. It's been an exercise probably of the scale of the one we did on reserves. There's been a huge amount of debate and consideration of the charges for 23-4. A number of the larger ones do, as we've just mentioned, feed into major savings lines in the budget report as well. Those charges for of all the committees, resources charge a relatively small number of charges, and Tom's just going to take you through these. Okay.
Great, thank you, Matt. Yeah, so the appendix to the fees and charges report committee has got a series of charges from corporate resources relating to registrars, legal services, land charges, property and HR. The vast majority of those have been increased by the 11% that Matt was describing. We've just highlighted a couple of particularly pertinent points on the slide here around the structure of registrars' fees, and you'll see that as part of the savings there's an increased income target as part of the savings proposals for registrars. I'm not sure whether committee members will have seen it, but the registration service have been doing lots of work in terms of amendments and changes to the offer around civil partnerships, weddings and ceremonies within the service. There's been the launch of a new website called yourveilceremony.co.uk, which sets out a range of different proposals. So there's some variations to the fees. This is in response to feedback from potential customers, and also some work that the team have been doing in terms of looking at what services are offered both in the private and public sector. We also are putting a delegated power request in to the operational manager for democratic services, so that he is able to work with the cabinet member for performance and resources, myself, to set fees in advance, because we're aware that lots of people obviously book their ceremonies a couple of years in advance. So there's a request for a delegated power there as well as part of the fees and charges. But that's just a quick summary for corporate resources, Matt.
Thank you. So then just the next steps on fees and charges. Obviously, as I've said at the opening, going through scrutiny with all 5 committees. We've asked other committees to forward their comments onto you, and then for you to pass comments onto Cabinet for the final budget on the 27th of February. So that's we want to say on fees and charges, and just opportunity for you to ask some questions and make your comments and recommendations back to Cabinet, please.
Thank you very much for that, Matt. Now, on this particular agenda item, we do have a public speaker who has been sitting very patiently to be able to have her comments. Now, as is the protocol with this, I understand that if there is a cabinet member who would like to speak first, they go first. But if not, then our very patient member of the public would be next. So do we have a cabinet member to speak on this one? Nope. Okay, that's great. So can you bring Amy in, please, Mark? Is that possible?
Yes, I believe Amy is in. Bear with me a second.
Yeah, here we go. Here we go.
Hi, Amy. Are you able to put your camera on, or have you just got audio?
Yeah, I've got my camera.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we can see you as well. No, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Apologies in advance if there's any swearing in the background. I have a parrot who has a terrible potty mouth, so I hope he'll be quiet and not try to join in the conversation.
That's fine. I think you have 3 minutes to speak. So do you want to get going? Thank you.
So I've got a business on Halton Road in Barry. So I'd just like to give a view from the Traders Association, Halton Road Traders, just regarding the suggestions for doubling costs for outdoor seating licences for businesses in the Vale. Halton Road is an area of contention. It's basically in slow decline, and we think the council and traders really need to work together to step in and halt that decline. High street businesses really provide a vital social service, especially in areas like ours, which is a sort of area of deprivation. It can be anything from a friendly face or the ability to sit with other members of the community and have a cheap cup of coffee. During the cost of living crisis, we just feel it's not appropriate for businesses to be targeted with the increased charge. We've already battling with disappearing margins, high staff costs, huge overheads. The revised charges are simply unaffordable for many of the businesses on Halton Road, and many of us will have no choice but to remove the outdoor seating for our customers. The cost suggested for 2023 significantly exceed charges that are made for similar towns across Wales. Businesses on the outskirts of Cardiff, for example, don't pay charges at all. We just don't think it's fair to try to match the charges to those levied on businesses in Cardiff city centre. Vale town centres simply don't have the same level of footfall, customer spend, turnover. Respected budgets are tight and economy is not your primary focus, so you've got to sort of make cost savings and cover costs where possible. But it's really unclear to businesses what the charges for pavement licences are actually covering. It's been suggested in previous meetings we've sort of listened into that the cost is simply to cover the cost of the licence system. And it's not clear from the proposal for uplifting charges how that additional revenue will be spent or if our town centres will benefit from that. It's also not clear what the anticipated financial impact of the additional cost of businesses is, how many businesses are likely to cancel their licence, how many businesses will have to recover the costs from elsewhere, which could include things like reducing staff hours, for example. Welsh Government has identified that high street retail and hospitality are really struggling right now due to Brexit, COVID, cost of living. In response, they've reduced the non-domestic business rates by 50% and next tax year 75% to help alleviate those pressures. And it just seems like a decision to re-implement the charges in 2022 and then double them in 2023 doesn't really mirror the support that's being given by the Welsh Government. It doesn't seem to fit with the transforming towns ethos either, of removing barriers to innovation and encouraging cafe culture and the revival of our town centres. The pavement charges are really not supported or popular with the public. That's really clear from online comments and from just conversations we've had with our communities within our stores. Our communities really want thriving and innovative and exciting town centres to be part of, and putting barriers in the way of small independent businesses being able to deliver that is just wrong, really. My last point, there doesn't really seem to be an established way for businesses and the Vale Council to liaise about decisions like this one. We didn't really find out that this meeting was having a discussion or last night's meeting was happening until Monday night. And then we were too late to speak at yesterday's meeting because of the 4 p.m. cutoff for public speakers. So it would be really helpful if decisions affecting the local economy and town centres are flagged to businesses, because often we're just not hearing about decisions that are affecting us until after sort of discussion period has ended. If Halton Road traders had been consulted earlier on this decision, we would have had a few suggestions. Firstly, we would have said, is there a need for licences at all? It seems that...
Sorry, Chair. Sorry, Amy, you've gone over the 3 minutes.
Can I just finish one last sentence?
Is that okay, Chair? Just to wrap up, Ms Grimfield can...
Yeah, quickly finish your sentence. Thank you, Amy.
Thank you.
Yes, our initial suggestion would be there weren't licences for, as far as most traders can remember, for the best part of a decade. Can we just go back to that? If not, can you recover costs from businesses who, go out, receive complaints or go outside the agreed parameters? Or would you consider businesses to be allowed to sort of continue in the same vein they have been for 2022 with established licences into 2023 and further while the sort of the pressures on high street businesses hopefully start to relax again? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments, Amy. Councillor Goodjohn.
Hi, can I ask Amy a quick question? Is that all right?
It's all right.
If it's point of clarification, Councillor, that's fine.
No, then sorry, that's absolutely fine. I'll leave it for later then.
Thank you, Councillor Goodjohn. Councillor Carroll.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Amy, for joining the committee this evening. I share the concerns that Amy raised, and I think that she put them more eloquently than I can as somebody directly affected by the proposed charges regarding outdoor trading spaces. I'm deeply concerned by the proposed increase on this. I think that it will have a detrimental impact on the individual businesses concerned and also potentially on our wider high streets. For example, if businesses find themselves forced to remove the outdoor seating areas because they can't afford to pay the increased costs, that will have a detrimental impact. We should also not forget that many businesses are living hand to mouth at the moment, and if it makes their business unviable, I'm not speaking in respect of any individual business, I'm just raising a more general point here. If it makes that business unviable and that business were to close as a result of this increased charge, then obviously our high streets and our communities would be worse off, and I think we have to think very carefully about that. I also have concerns regarding the proposed increase for bulky waste collections at 25% and the proposed increase for hygiene caddies. I mean, when we come to bulky waste, and I would be interested to hear if any analysis has been done on this, there is no excuse for fly tipping, and I think that needs to be made abundantly clear. That said, I think if we increase the cost of disposing of certain items, there is a realistic and real prospect that people may choose other means of getting rid of them, either through dumping them themselves or perhaps paying an unauthorized or an unlicensed collection service to do so, who then proceeds to dump that waste in an illegal manner, and then there's a cost to the council of clearing that waste up, and I think that's something that we need to consider. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. I don't know, Matt, if you're able to come back on any of these queries to do with the increases with Joe, you're on mute, Matt, sorry.
God, I should know by now. I'm not able to come back on the bulky waste question.
No, it's another committee, I understand. Councillor Burnett, would you be able to?
Thanks, Chair. Yes, I spoke on it last night, and as I was explaining last night, in terms of the fees and charges, and I'm glad to see Mark's joined as well, we're taking a differentiated approach to charging. It's not a let's put this all on council tax or for non-statutory services, let's just cut everything. And in some areas it is, moving towards full cost recovery. In some areas where it's a relatively we're not hugely experienced with charges, we're looking to benchmark. But I actually can't find a service at the moment where we are at full cost recovery. And I take Amy's comments about, should we just charge people who don't do it properly? Well, that means you'd have to have somebody out on the street constantly to look at where the chairs were and whatever. But actually, we do have highways officers who do monitor it, and that comes from the fact. I mean, it's a bit like things can slip if they're not monitored. A-boards is a case in point because they're designed to be visible, and you'd be amazed how they go halfway across a pavement, and it does cost to have officers there. But I think I've spoken to a couple of businesses in person, and it was interesting because they said to me, well, we're not actually against it, but we've talked to people who are. And I actually put an offer to them yesterday, as I have done, as I will do again today. If anybody wants to talk to me on a confidential open book basis, and we can discuss how the proposed charges would have a damaging effect rather than a constructive effect on their business. Because I was looking and yesterday in the meeting I was looking at say one of the larger things where you can have up to 40 chairs, and I think that's £1,000 a week, £1,000 a year, which you can claim against tax. And to cover the £1,000 a year, that would be 8 coffees a week at £2.50 each. Now I know you'd not all the £2.50 is profit, but similarly, I said you can claim the fees. In terms of small ones, the lowest charge is sort of 2 coffees at £2.50 a week, would meet that charge. Now, I'm interested to know whether or not things are that precarious, because we don't charge people unless they put tables and chairs out. So, it's actually a charge for actually a facility in effect. But if in the couple of weeks that we've got before it goes to full council, if anybody wants to talk to me about figures, then I would really appreciate that, because I haven't had that. I've had people telling me what other people think, but I haven't had anybody saying to me, this is the situation and this is how it works for us. And I'm sure Mark would want to come in on the other charges, because he's got more detailed background on that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Leader. Councillor Wilson, then, as your cabinet portfolio is this, would you like to speak? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Can you hear me clearly? Is that okay?
Yeah, we can.
Thank you very much. Yeah, just a few points really. I mean, obviously, I know Councillor Carroll mentioned bulky wage services increase, and yes, obviously it's regrettable to do the increase, but the reality is, we got a service, as you know, which is one at a cost to the council and to the taxpayer and the council taxpayer, and really we got to make sure that our services go towards full cost recovery, and that's a difficult one, because yes, obviously we don't want fly tipping, and Councillor Carroll was absolutely right. I don't want fly tipping anywhere, and obviously there's big fines for people that do fly tip if we catch them. And basically, it's incumbent upon ourselves that if you do see any from fly tipping, then please report it, because it's a nuisance. I saw one which could have caused a serious accident. Fortunately, someone removed, and it was believe it or not, it was a double bed over the Kurgan Spur flyover. Fortunately, someone removed it, and these are the sort of issues that do happen from time to time. So fly tipping is a serious issue. Obviously, the bulky waste collection is a really good service, actually, to be quite honest, really. And you can have more items, at way too low charge. If you try to do that with a private company, it would cost you a damn sight more money to do so than what we charge. And I think that's what people forget, is that often the alternatives by the private sector are often a lot more expensive, because we're not in the business to make a profit on these services. We are there to try and to help the consumer, and obviously, we will provide help and support for people who are vulnerable, and we will talk to them as well. And I think that's important. And as you know, we are all the ambassadors for the residents of Loughmore, all us councillors are, and it's important that we've got that role as well. And obviously, if a person's in a property where they are vulnerable, we've got social services that you can all contact. We've also got many people live in council accommodation as well, and you can talk to your housing officers. So lots of help and support out there. But I suggest to people, if they find it difficult with bulky waste, talk to a councillor, or talk to an officer if you are a councillor. So that's really important. That's the first thing. Secondly, we obviously got charges. I mean, green waste was mentioned quite a lot yesterday. I mean, we have to make charges that at the moment, as I will repeat what I said yesterday, 40% of the residents of Loughmore don't use the green waste service. The other 60% do. Now, the other 60%, up till July, will get it for free. Now, from July onwards to November this year, for most people, it'd be £20, which is not a huge amount of money, to be quite honest. And that will be 4 green bags every fortnight. Okay. And obviously, for heavy users, you pay, I think it's £30. And on top of that, if you want to use it even more, it's 50 pence per bag on top of that. So really, it's a really, really good service. Again, I'd be very surprised anyone in the private sector could do something similarly, to be quite honest with you. And of course, there's nothing to stop anyone either composting if they wanted to, or alternatively going to the HWRC centre, in Barry or Clandale, and do it for free. So, there are alternatives out there. And again, I would emphasise, green waste is a service that had a lot of complaints last year. There's a lot of people, in certain areas, overdoing it, as I suppose many green bags. You've probably seen pictures of the many green bags that we had in certain places. And of course, we had the issues over Brexit and the issues with the war, which caused real supply issues. So, these factors do matter. They do have an impact upon our service. So I'm hoping, by having a green waste service, it will make it more resilient. And I would also like to add, that although this report is the leaders' report, we all made a contribution in terms of inputting into this. We all take a fair share of the fact that we need to make cost savings, and hopefully, this will generate £500,000 of savings towards the budget, and that will hopefully reduce the impact upon the council tax. Certainly I've heard representations about other charges, and yes, we as a cabinet will listen. The whole point of scrutiny is for you to raise questions and for us to listen and to respond. I hope that provides a fairly comprehensive answer, and I'm more than happy to elaborate any further. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Johnson, would you like to speak?
Thank you, Chair. It's very nice to hear Councillor Wilson speaking in great detail about the green waste proposals, but I don't think that's actually part of this item. So thank you, Mark, but I'll try and stick to the topic. It's obviously very important that we do raise income in whatever appropriate way we have, and I think it's appropriate to be increasing solids fees by 5 and 11% in line with inflation and our actual costs. I think there's a good discussion to be had around full cost recovery and what that looks like and stepped ways of reaching that in many ways. I think there's also opportunities, perhaps with filming, for example, where it's going up by inflation. Are there not other ways where where if we're taking money from external organisations who want to use our facilities, then can we get more from that? I have two particular points that I want to raise here. The first is, it's because fundamentally I feel they're not in alignment with with council gobbles. So the first is around the hygiene caddies and the increase from £2 to £10. So it's increasing, 5-fold. That's going along at the same time as the proposed move to the 3-week black bag collection. Now, when we've done things in the past, in order to help people as they move forward, we tried to make things easier. I think this makes it harder. Particularly, so when we go into summer months when things will be hanging around for a couple of weeks, and people who use these tell me that, well, you can smell these things. People have commented to me about the gender impact of this, because people are doing the caring, mothers, people looking after older people, generally female, and I'm concerned that that this really could be reconsidered, and I don't see any figure about. I see the principle of full cost recovery in here, but I don't see any consideration of the wider impact of it in terms of cost and what it really means for us. I think it'd be interesting to hear, how many of these are procured and used in a given year, and what therefore the actual cost of those is. The second point is the comments made by Amy from the Halton Road Traders Association. The comments that we have regarding the cafe style licenses are not particularly well justified within what we have in our legislation. So I'm just finding the comment quickly. That the increases are larger than the majority of proposed fees and charges in the report due to a rise in demand within the last year. So if it's popular and we're getting more money because more people are doing it, why are we then looking to kill the golden goose on this? For reference, hit the for the institutional memory, this was changed. I think it was only 2 years ago. And it came to corporates because there was a move from a 3-year license, which was never really enforced by the council, to an annual license with a tiered, a tiered approach depending on the size of the business. And what happened when that came to corporate performance and resources, and we looked at the figures and we said, these aren't making sense. So there was a review that took place at that time, which reduced the amounts that were being charged. And now it feels like somebody's thrown that review from 2 years ago out and suddenly brought in effectively what are the same charges as before. I don't feel that that's justified. I'd certainly think it would be useful to have more information about the uptake of these licenses, the location, and really I feel it goes against the grain, as Amy has said, to be introducing charges for these businesses if they're not well justified, and that goes against the the support that we're supposed to be providing to our town centres. So I'd like to move that on those two issues are referred back to Cabinet for for further consideration and review of those charges at their meeting on the 27th of February. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Hanks.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Johnson, you got me worried now as what topic am I on? I was going to ask a few questions, so bear with me because it was on the agenda for the Housing and Safe Community, but we weren't allowed to comment then. So I'm just hoping that tonight these comments are all in this report. So if I could go ahead, I've got 1 or 2 comments, please. The first one, the coastal car parks. I think I welcome the tiered structure for that to happen as soon as possible, as these charges have proved very unpopular and they're very unfair. And I take it that the cash machines will be cash and card. So I presume that will be the case on that one. The second was filming charges seem quite reasonable in the Vale, and I just wondered if they'd been benchmarked, please. The third one, I really get annoyed with traffic lights dotted everywhere, not removed, and I can't quite see what they are. Do they come under temporary traffic order of £557 up to £618? I don't know what the time length is on those traffic lights. But yesterday, for example, the bottom road in Sully was chock-a-block all the way up Cog Road because there was a set of traffic lights there. Nobody's working there. I really do feel that traffic lights need to be far more increased in tariff because they are causing havoc on the roads. I can't see, Chair, planning permission prices. I just wondered they haven't been included in this report. I'd like to see what prices it is for planning permission, retrospective planning, enforcement, that sort of pricing. I couldn't see it in this report here. And I do have concern for the percentage increase in the outside seating area. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hanks. Councillor Wilson, would you be able to respond to any of that?
Just about the traffic lights. Councillor Hanks or any other councillor, if you have concerns about traffic lights, especially temporary ones in certain areas, please could you let me know, because I do get communication from their officers in relation to this, and often I am given a time period how long it should be. What I will say that sometimes these works take longer than expected. They're often for good reasons. Health and safety is a prime consideration. But if they are for other purposes, like filming, for example, then I think that's a different reason. And I think that's something that does need to be looked at. And if there is an extension, or if you think it's unreasonable, like nothing's going on or whatever, please report that to myself. And and also any relevant officer as well. I'm happy to forward that on. I'm happy to take that on as well. This is quite a common experience. It's not unusual in the Vale. I understand that, and I know there are many places, Cardiff Road in particular, where we've got single track road, as you know. Traffic lights are a bit of an inconvenience, but I also understand there are various companies, I'm not going to mention names, that are doing some important infrastructure works that are going on in this part in the Vale of Glamorgan. And yes, they may take a bit longer than they should, perhaps in sometimes, but please let me know if you think they're taking too long or there's no active work. But, in terms of charges, we've got to, as I said before, and I will keep mentioning it again, we've got a funding gap to make. Some of these charges haven't gone up for a number of years. And as you know, even with today's announcement, inflation is still 10% or above it. So that's the point I was making in relation to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to support the comments about the charging for the very small cafes, or cafes that have small outdoor seating areas. They're very important for our high streets. And I understand the attempt to scale it and try to match it to the size of the businesses and things like this. But when you're talking about a small business that may have 2 tables, it is inevitably a small trader and a small business and a family-owned business, likely, or privately owned business. And you're then faced more likely when you start getting into 10, 12, 14 tables with very large facilities. And I don't know what can be done in terms of assessing how many of these each individual types of licenses we have, depending on the sizes of the businesses. But I would like to see some attempt to try to make it a revenue neutral. The increases may well be, but I wouldn't want to see extra costs put on our smallest businesses. Beyond that, it's a small thing, but I noticed the ratings for the parking charges on the coastal parks, on the coast car parks. And I've actually run into this quite a few times, where you fancy going out for a walk, which isn't an hour, but neither is it all day. And you end up having to pay £6 to walk for a couple of hours when and you want to move on for the day. And I wonder if anything could be done to try to facilitate slightly more grading in that. I understand some people want to spend all day there, but barely by the time you get out of the car and walk down to the coast, down to the water and walk your way back, your hour's done. And I think people may avail themselves of the facilities more and enjoy the outdoors more. We have some very nice beaches. If we were to look at trying to find a way for grading those, I'm not sure of the software required or the changes to the parking, but I've walked off the beach once or twice, having got there at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and thought to myself, well, I'm not paying £6 for a couple of hours walking. I know there are cut-offs at 4 p.m. and things like this, but I think we need to encourage people to walk and exercise and get. I know people are driving there, but it's something that I've certainly noticed in my time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Wood. Lida, would you like to come in on that one?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just a little bit of clarification, really. If my memory serves me right, we sell about 1,000 of the hygiene caddies a year, somewhere in that, and they cost £10 each. As with anything within this budget setting process, if we can't find the money because neighbourhood services are the service actually under pressure, if we can't find the money for that, we need to look at where else we find it from, because you could be looking at about 8,000 a year that they're then down if we don't go to cost neutral. I said we're not looking to make a profit on it. Some people put bags into dustbins. They can do that, but we're not seeking to make a profit. Interesting to have the issue of coastal car parks raised. It has been an intention of the previous administration and ours, and that's why we've actually put it into the report to have tiered parking charges in our coastal resorts, because traders have told us that it will be helpful, because people can go for a little walk and then have a bite to eat, cup of coffee, that sort of thing, and they feel it will help people to spend more with them. And we want to do that, but that's not actually without its risk. Particularly Barry Island costs a fortune to maintain. It's a veritable army of people in the summer keeping it clean and litter picked and everything else. And if we don't break even on it, we're down quite dramatically on that. Now, I feel that it will work, but I'm not any expert, and I know that officers are very concerned by it, but we will move forward with it because we actually do think that that's important. But one thing that I would do is, in all this, and I go on ad nauseum about our underpinning principles on all of these, and our principles are, if it's not statutory, to work towards cost neutral. But where we can, we will protect local people, we will protect residents. And that's why when we brought in car parking charges, we brought in season tickets. And that for country parks and also for coastal resorts, you can buy a season ticket, currently at £50 for a year, £30 for 6 months. They will go up slightly next year with inflation, but for that, which means that you can go to, for country parks, you can go to Porthkerry or Cosmeston every day for as long as you want for £1 a week. And similarly in our coastal resorts, you could go and park on the island and be there all day, every day for £50 a year, £30 for 6 months. And that's something that we did deliberately so that if you're a local and you just want to be able to go down there, then we will do that, and we hope that that will encourage people to stop and to frequent the local hostilities, hospitals, whatever they are, businesses, and similarly, as I said yesterday in ENR, and I said I think it's worth saying, even though it's not this committee's area, is that we still don't intend to bring on-street car parking charges in our town centres, and we don't intend to increase the charges in our town centre car parks, because the reason that we brought charging in was to achieve churn, not to make money on those, and that is so that there is always somewhere for people to park if they go into our 2 town centres where we have 1 car park that is charged for. So there are always underpinning principles. But going on to, I know that people are concerned, and I'm quite happy to say that we will specifically look at the street cafe licenses and the hygiene caddies before the final result comes to Cabinet. But what I would ask is if anybody has got any background information, any data that we can use in order to look at that adds to what we already have, then we would be very grateful for it. But I'm quite happy to look at that further. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Leader. Rob, would you like to speak now?
Yeah, very, very briefly, Chair. Councillor Hanks raised a couple of questions about filming and planning application fees and queried why planning application fees weren't on the report. The reason for that is quite straightforward. They're set centrally, they're set nationally, so there's no discretion for the authority to vary planning application fees. The only discretion that local authorities have when it comes to planning is to charge for things like pre-application advice, but not the formal planning application process. So that's the reason why that doesn't figure in the report. So hopefully that helps. Second thing around filming, you asked if we test our fees against others. We do. It's a hugely competitive environment when it comes to filming. Film crews tend to look at a whole host of locations before firming up on going to one particular location, and that's usually down to what they're looking for, but also the price. So whilst the filming charges exist, bear in mind officers do have discretion when they exercise those fees, because if they feel that we can get a company to film in the Vale, if we pushed it too far, they might go elsewhere. We use that discretion. So we do sense check it, and we sense check it against whether we think it's a reasonable fee or not, depending on what's being filmed, the length of time, the disruption, and all that goes with it. And in terms of the street trading situation, just a few facts on this. So cafe style licenses, we are able to charge a fee just to consider an application if we were minded to. So for example, the law allows us, the Highways Act allows us to charge a fee up to £100 to consider any application for street licensing. We don't charge that fee. So if somebody applies and the license isn't granted, the applicant doesn't pay anything. Bear in mind as well, when we had the pandemic and when we had various restrictions in place, trading licenses were granted to businesses free of charge so that they could keep trading during those restrictions. And when charges were reintroduced, as the country eased out of lockdown, the fees were kept as low as possible deliberately, because we realised that businesses were recovering from the effects of the COVID pandemic. So the increase may look significant, but what I would ask members to consider is that it's against a backdrop when they were kept artificially low. So if you like, we're playing a little bit of catch up here in terms of what we should be charging to try and bring those costs as far as possible into being cost neutral. Just as a guide, an outside trading space of say 10 square meters would cost, and the figure I've been given, it would cost about £9.60 a week to a business. So that gets you a 10 square meter space outside your premises at £9.60 a week. And in terms of the income raised from these licenses, so far this year, and bear in mind we're coming to, well, we're in the middle of February, the income we've raised is 24,000, and we currently have 71 trading licenses in place. And basically the funding is used to process the application, monitor the application, regulate it. And in terms of the comments made about where does the money go and the links in with our town centres, we take the sort of place-based approach really seriously. These things do need regulating. So if you had an unfettered approach to this, which wasn't regulated, it would potentially make our town centres less attractive. So I would just ask members to consider those points as well as the context of the report this evening coming after the budget report. So that would be my summary of some of the questions that have been asked and the situation with the street licensings in particular. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Rob.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Rob. Okay, do we have anybody else who'd like to speak? Councillor Johnson.
Sorry, is my camera on? So I just wanted to come very quickly back on Rob's comments there regarding the cafe style licenses. I just looked up where we were in 2021. The largest ones were just under £500, and the proposal here is that they should be around 1,500. So that's actually, I think, quite a substantial difference over a couple of years, irrespective of COVID or whatever else. The prior pricing, actually, I think it was over 3 years. No, sorry, I'll tell you that. But the pricing has gone up quite substantially compared to where this was a couple of years ago. So I had to make that point, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Do we have anybody else who'd like to speak now? Nope, that's great. Okay, so let's move on to the recommendations. And they are that the comments of this committee, and I think we can agree that those comments that we want to be referred back to Cabinet for consideration are along those lines of the caddies, the hygiene caddies, and also the street. What do we call them? The street.
Cafe style licenses.
Cafe style licensing. That's what I was trying to say. So those comments. I mean, we are out to consultation. This is still a draft proposal. Everybody, be clear on that. So those comments will go back for consideration as part of the final fees and charges setting, which will be taking place on the 27th of February. So can we now move? Now, can I see a hand?
I'll move those, Chair.
Thank you very much. And can I have a seconder, please? Is that Councillor Johnson? Yeah. And Lovelock Edwards. That's brilliant. Thank you, everybody. Right then, so now we're going to move on to agenda item 8. Is it appropriate now for our guest Amy to leave, or does she? She doesn't have to, but that's great.
She might have left, Chair, or obviously she's put her camera off.
Yeah, that's great. Anyway, so moving back on to agenda item 8. This is the draft capital programme proposal 2023-24 to 2027-28. This is a reference from Cabinet that sat on the 19th of January 2023. And I think it's back over to Matt. Thank you, Matt.
Yeah, a few more slides, not quite as many as on the main budget.
Thank you.
Fees and charges. Just get back to the right place. Right, capital strategy. Yeah, just 3 or 4 slides on the capital strategy. So we, alongside the revenue settlement, we also had the provisional settlement for capital. The bulk of support from Welsh Government for capital is in the form of specific grants for specific strategies of theirs. There is less in respect of general grant. So the amount awarded to the council is just short of £7 million. And that's made up of £3.5 million of grant and then £3.5 million of supported borrowing. That's a modest increase of £1 million on the general capital funding of £5.8 million that we received in 21-2. Welsh Government have also advised that there's £20 million across Wales to provide support for the joint priority of decarbonisation, but on that we're still waiting announcement of what our share of the funding will be. Government have also announced effectively a 2-year settlement for capital, so the capital funding will be at the same level as 23-4 and 24-5. What we are naturally doing in terms of both revenue and capital is forecasting over the medium term, and we've made an assumption that there'll be ongoing support around that level. And obviously, those will be lines in the budget we'll need to review on an annual basis. There's quite ambitious capital programme for the next 5 years. £265 million of investment in the county across that period of time. The 2 major lines are the £40 million for Band B Sustainable Communities for Learning programme. That's built into that first line of the schedule, and then by far and away the largest component of environment and housing spend is the housing improvement programme. The next slide just sets out how all of that is funded. So a mixture of grants and contributions and borrowing. There's £74 million of grants and contributions, significant part of it through specific grants, mainly from Welsh Government, and also use of reserves, both general fund reserves and revenue of 14 million and the HRA reserves of 17 million. The balance then of the 98 is £23 million of borrowing. Some of that support will be ultimately supported by some grant, 3 million unsupported, and both of those, the capital financing impact of those are both built into the revenue budget. And similarly, with the HRA, a significant amount of unsupported borrowing over the next 5 years to support the housing improvement programme, and that ultimately will be the financing cost of that will be picked up by rental income. There's been a relatively modest number of new schemes built into the 23-4 programme. Very few of them direct impact on this particular committee, perhaps with the exception of the last one, where we've set aside 500k for decarbonisation schemes. the Council Project Zero board has been looking at bids against that. So some of that's already allocated, but there's also consideration of further schemes taking place at the moment. So that's it's the same timetable for capital, so I'm not going to repeat that, and I'll just move on to opportunity for questions and recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Do we have any questions? Yeah, thank you. Councillor Franks, would you like to speak first?
Hello, thank you very much. Again, I'd really like to address my remarks to a Cabinet member. I'm going to focus on Section 106 spend, and I noticed that we're proposing to spend 5.7 million in the next financial year. Now, this is a substantial sum, and I couldn't find any detail of this spend. So I wonder if the Cabinet member could indicate what projects will benefit from this this allocation, and are you confident that the proposed spend will be achieved? I've got a few other points, Chair, but with your permission, I'll stop there if you'd allow me to come back.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Leader, would you like to comment, or shall
Yeah,
we?
it's very simple, Chair. Just look on the planning portal on the website. There's actually a section on Section 106. It gives an annual report of where the allocations are, what's been spent, whether that's wholly spent, partially spent, or still to be decided. All the details are on there, as I think there's about 5 years reports that are available.
Thank you very much. Would
Thank
you
you for
like
that.
to, sorry, Councillor Franks,
No.
do you want to do your other points now?
You're kind, thank you. I see we're proposing £1 million spend on highway resurfacing. Now, given the dreadful state of our roads and pavements, is this really an adequate sum? Have you considered spending more than £1 million, and why did you not go for a higher figure?
We historically tend to spend about that much, and if we spend more, it's because we've received grants from Welsh Government going back. I'd love to spend more. I'd absolutely love to spend more, but we're trying to keep council tax at a reasonable level. What I would say is, if committee feel that they would like to make up the money that we have for the last couple of years, been fortunate enough to receive from Welsh Government, 1% council tax increase brings in about 850,000. So, you know, if we want to get back up to about the 3 million spend that we've had this year, the figures are there. Personally, we've tried to keep at half the rate of inflation, and then we'll manage as best we can. We don't know if we're going to get any grants off Welsh Government at this moment, but when they have actually been pulling together available resources to meet pay awards, etc., I don't know. So, as I said, I suppose if we want to spend extra money, the only place we can look to is ourselves.
Thank you. There's a section on bridges, but there's no reference to Leckwith Bridge. Now, Leckwith Bridge is in a pretty poor state. I wonder if Cabinet member could indicate why there's no allocation to carry out remedial works to Leckwith Bridge, and I'm not talking about the medieval one.
Yeah, Mark's your person on this.
Thank you.
Can I answer that, Councillor Franks? Yeah, and we're waiting for a report on this, on the structure of the bridge. That should be with me, hopefully, and with officers by the end of the month. I'm quite happy to write to you, Councillor Franks, or any other member on that particular issue once I get that, and hopefully we'll address it then. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I must say, I hold my breath as I cross that bridge these days. So if you see the state of the abutment, abutment, yeah. The last two questions. The Penarth Leisure Centre scheme for the glazing. Now, the current situation looks awful, as I'm sure you know. Those metal barriers protecting the customers have been there for a considerable time. The project should have been undertaken this financial year. Is there absolute certainty that it will be completed in the next financial year?
I don't know. Is Matt able to answer that question, or Lida, do you?
I think the only thing I can say is nothing is absolute.
Yeah.
We're working on it. It depends. An awful lot of things get held back in terms of inclement weather. It's in the plan, and I'm sure there'll be reports if there is a reason why it's not.
Thank you, Lida. I understand your caution, but it really does look dreadful. And last but not least, Chair, Hayeswood, the housing development. I'm sure all members are aware that our contractors went into administration, and that was a tragedy for all concerned. But committee, I'm sure, has been told that the authority engaged with the subcontractors to carry on the work, and that the authority would pay them directly. However, recently I went down there and had a look, and there wasn't, that I could see, one single worker on site, and everything was barriered off, which is very disappointing. I wonder if there's a comment about this.
On that one, I'd have to find out before we did it. My understanding is that we are taking the contract over. Yes.
Okay, well, I would be interested, because I was very enthused. I was singing the praises of the Vale Council, and then I saw for myself that wasn't happening, which was disappointing. So I'd be grateful for more information, Lida. Thank you, Chair. You've been very, very indulgent.
Thank you, Councillor Franks. Councillor Haynes, would you like to ask a question?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I missed the beginning of the presentation. I wasn't called back in after my declaration early enough, obviously. So perhaps we need to look at that in the future. But I'll go off with what I've read. Appendix 1 and 2, edge switching. 23-24 Appendix 1, 350,000 per year. Appendix 2, 150,000 per year. I wondered which figure was accurate. I understand you've got to look it up.
Thank you. Tom, would you like to comment?
I think, well, Matt just has a look for the exact figures. I think that's profiling across 2 years, Matt, isn't it? And those edge switching, or that edge switching work, sorry, Councillor Haynes, is being undertaken to replace some of the IT infrastructure across the council's estate. So it's a programme of asset renewal work.
I know what edge switching is. Thank you, Tom. It's I assume you're going to use an IED if you want to talk about it. IAD, sorry, not IED. But they're about £1,000 a piece. Those are an IAD. So I think even £150,000 a year, I think it's a sizable sum of money. But if it is 350,000, in Appendix 1, it's 350 year 1, year 2, and Appendix 2, it's saying 150 year 1, year 2. So there is a mistake there. That needs clarification. But really either way, I think it's a sizable sum of money just to replace basically what is a router. And I know there's more than one.
There are more than one, and we'll certainly check if there's a typo in those. Thank you for spotting it.
One other question, if you bear with me, Chair, is, and I don't know if this is the right place to do it, I assume we're being very careful who we are buying this equipment from, as in perhaps not necessarily Huawei or other such companies.
The IT team undertake a rigorous procurement exercise, conscious of the security risks. Absolutely, Councillor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Haynes. Right, do we have any other questions, please, on this agenda item? Nope. Okay, that's great. So the recommendations are that committee notes the progress made and the use of the delegated authority, and that committee notes the use of emergency powers as detailed in the attachments appendix, and that committee notes the changes to the 2022-23 and future years capital programme as set out in this report. So can we move to the next
sorry,
agenda
Chair.
item?
I think we're actually on the reference, the draft capital programme, the reference from Cabinet.
Oh, I've jumped to 9. Sorry.
Yeah.
Do apologise. Okay, so the recommendations for agenda item 8 are that the comments of this committee and the comments of all other scrutiny committees as follows, and I think we only had healthy living.
Yeah, that's correct.
The committee has seen those comments already. Are referred to Cabinet for the 27th of February 2023. So can we move now from this item?
Chair, were there any specific comments from this committee that need to refer to Cabinet?
No, there
or is
would.
it just obviously
Yes.
healthy living then? That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. So can we have a hand to move, please? Thank you, Councillor Hanks. And a seconder?
I'll second that.
Thanks, Councillor Drake. Okay, so now we really are moving on to agenda item 9, which is the capital monitoring for the period 1st of April to the 30th of November 2022. So this is advising committee of the progress on this. So Matt, back to you.
Yep.
Thank you.
A couple of slides on this one as well. Right, capital monitoring. So this slide is a snapshot of the current forecast position. It's not a similar story to the one we presented earlier in the year. There is some further slippage on the programme, £2 million that we're taking forward into 23-24. Gives us an 88 million programme still to deliver to the end of the year. That is still, we'll be pushing it a bit. My expectations we'll see a little bit more slippage when we report outturn and when we report the latest numbers to you. Colleagues are still doing their utmost to deliver these schemes and the investment that represents in the county. There's a couple of recommendations that you just start picking up that are in the programme. So there's some carry forward specifically around free school meals and business service centre being carried forward into 23-24. And there were some additions and adjustments as well. The money from the Barry Leisure Centre boiler, this environment to the Leisure Centre works in the 22-23 programme, and Building Strong Communities grant, a couple of minor adjustments where the scheme, the budget of 72k is to be funded from a section 106 contribution. So just a couple of minor adjustments. And then what we've tried to do, and this has been my ambition for the capital monitoring report and for the capital programme during the course of the year, what we really should be doing is reporting on the output and the benefits that this investment has. We have been a bit tied up at times reporting on the changes and the slippage, but this is where we need to be getting to. So there is good news across the programme in terms of what's being progressed, but none specific for this committee. So just a short item for this committee for capital monitoring, Chair.
Thank you, Matt. Okay, so do we have any questions? No? Okay, that's great. I'll read the recommendations out again. Okay. So the committee notes the progress made and the use of the delegated authority, and the committee notes the use of emergency powers as detailed in appendix, and that the committee notes the changes to the 2022-23 and future years capital programme are set out in that report. So can we have a hand to move on that one? Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Goodjohn. And do we have a seconder? That's great. Thank you, Councillor Lovelock Edwards. Okay, so we now move on to agenda item 10. This is the revenue monitoring for the period the 1st of April to the 30th of November 2022. And this is still with Matt.
Yeah,
Thank
last
you.
one for me, thankfully.
Thank you.
Just again, a couple of slides on this one. So the third quarter, we've taken the opportunity to revise the budget, but that's been a relatively limited exercise this year. So there's been some transfers from for insurance IT licenses and some environments from policy to resources for Project Zero and budget transfers within place to reflect some restructuring as well. So relatively minor. What we have seen this quarter is a generally reduced need from services for contribution from the policy underspend to offset the additional pay costs because of the shortfall in the pay award and the budget. So basically, services are able to absorb more of that pressure themselves. The efficiencies in policy and resources have been addressed in the main. So this is a committee specific issue, and that's been through vacant posts and also unutilized carbon allowances budget, and those have been both of those have been addressed as part of the 23-24 budget proposals. Just a bit of an overview of where we're at. There is a policy underspend which is supporting the overall pressures in the council. There's £2 million capital financing underspend as the consequence of not needing to externally borrow for the capital programme, and we're taking some of the upside of that into the 23-24 budget, as you'll have seen earlier on. Despite some of the pressures we're seeing in the wider economy, there's actually been a lesser take up on the council tax reduction scheme in years, so there's 250k there. We've also seen some benefit from the increased interest rates in the Bank of England rate. The investment income, we are actually earning investment income on our reserves and balances, and that's 500k, and we'll need to consider that in the 23-24 budget as well, but that's ongoing. And finally, there is surplus after making contribution to pay awards and the Oracle costs, and also school transport pressures. There's been some use of reserves during the year as well. Planned drawdown in the main as part of the budget, especially around use of reserves to support the capital programme. But just some words of caution there to repeat what I said earlier on. Wouldn't be surprised if we see some grant coming through from Welsh Government that displace and push back the need for some of our spend. Then some reserves in social services budget programme and sustainable communities for learning schemes, and then some unplanned use of reserves, which will be supporting the later go live on Oracle, the pressures that we've talked around HGV drivers, the Parkwood contribution in year, which is on top of the base budget increase that we need to put in next year, and some pressures on building services as well. So that's all on the revenue budget monitoring for this evening. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Matt. Do we have any questions on this particular agenda item? Yeah, Councillor Goodjohn.
If I may, I know it's been a long meeting. What is the total overspend on Oracle at the moment?
We took a report to Cabinet in October on that, so that's the latest reported figure. At that time, we were expecting to go live 1st of January. That has slipped to the 1st of April. We're currently working through the costs of that, and there will be a further cabinet report to come forward shortly.
Great, thank you. Just wondering if there's any update, but okay, great, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Goodjohn. Matt, can I just ask you quickly, you've referred to the HGV drivers. Are you referring to school transport shortages of PSV drivers, or is this something different?
There's been a number of pressures, but certainly there's been some adjustment to pay for HGV drivers.
Oh, this is right. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought we might be doing something innovative to help recruit PSV drivers, but okay, there's no link with that.
Pay pressures.
Anybody else? Any questions for Matt? No. Okay, that's great. So we will then go to the recommendations, and that's that the position with regard to the authority's 2022-23 revenue budget be noted, and that committee members note the arrangements to offset that projected overspend in 2022-23 as set out in the report, and approve the amended revenue budget for 2022-23 as set out in Appendix 1. So can we have a hand to move on that one, please? Thank you, Councillor Goodjohn. And can we have a seconder?
I'll second that, Chair.
Oh, thank you, Councillor Hanks. Okay, so we've already listened to agenda item 11, which was the Chief Officer's Appraisal Scheme. So we'll skip over to agenda item 12, which is the draft Vale of Glamorgan Council Annual Delivery Plan 2023-2024. And Tom's big moment, he's been waiting all night. Over to you, Tom.
It's the item you've all been waiting for, Chair and Committee. Thank you very much indeed, and thank you for taking this item. I know it's been a long packed agenda for you this evening, so I'll be relatively brief if I can be. This is the Council's annual delivery plan post consultation. Members will remember that we brought this to all scrutiny committees prior to this one and during the consultation exercise itself. We're bringing it to your committee, Chair, as the main oversight committee prior to it being considered by Cabinet tomorrow. It'll then make its way to full council in March for consideration for work to commence then from the 1st of April. And the annual delivery plan is published every year as part of developing our commitments within the corporate plan, and it's informed, as members will be aware, by the self-assessment that you saw as a committee in the autumn, as well as a programme of engagement and regulatory activity that happens throughout the year. I mentioned that we brought it before Christmas as part of the consultation, and the report gives you all of the background to how the plan is developed and what it contains and what it considers in terms of presenting a picture for the coming year. So the annual delivery plan for 2023-24 that's before you this evening identifies 3 critical challenges that the organisation will seek to tackle in the coming year. Lots of this has been discussed this evening as part of the budget proposals, but those critical challenges are around decarbonisation, so the Council's Project Zero programme, supporting residents through the cost of living crisis, and then finally around organisational resilience. And we've talked a lot about savings and expenditure this evening. So the consultation exercise on the annual delivery plan ran in the last month of 2023 and into last month of 2022 rather than into 23. Appendix B gives committee members a full breakdown of the consultation exercise and what the results of that consultation are. And we've reflected some of those changes within the updated document. The Appendix B sets out the results of the online survey, I think the response of 67 or 68 people to that was a disappointing survey result, but that's one part of the consultation on this document. So we had widely circulated the report to our partners, including the town and community councils. We had a very constructive discussion with Head Teachers Steering Group. It went through all of the scrutiny committees, and the noting and or comments are listed in the appendix. It was useful that a member suggested an all-member briefing be held to discuss the plan. 9 councillors attended that. We also ran a champions session with elected member champions where we discussed the plan in detail, and I ran a session with staff as a question and answer session that was well attended by about 62 people, with a further 35 logging in to watch that and providing comments afterwards. So the survey results and the results of the survey, the consultation, as I say, are set out in that appendix. I think it's fair to say that a summary of the consultation is that people largely agreed with the objectives and with the focus in terms of the critical challenges. There was a call for further specific detail in terms of what activity we were going to be doing, what was it going to feel like, and how tangible was that going to be. And that's going to be reflected in the service plans that we will be bringing through all of the scrutiny committees now in March. So hopefully we'll be able to see some of that detail there. There were also some comments around plainer language and how we talk about the plan and our ambitions. So I've asked for a plain language version of the annual delivery plan alongside an accessible PDF version and a summarised plan on a page to be produced. So that work is underway currently. So as I say, that's a very quick overview of the plan. Happy obviously to take any questions that committee may have.
Thank you, Tom, for that. Councillor Goodjohn.
Sorry, it's me again. I just wanted to ask, well, I'm already comment. I do think there is more work to be done on the communication side of things, as you note with the survey report. I don't just note that as a poor result, but I also do not believe that there are 20% of people in the Vale of Glamorgan that don't believe net zero is a priority. Because representative surveys have shown the figure is far lower than that. The proof that Project Zero and net zero is a worthwhile target that we need to reach, as was found in the survey. That the majority of people do, but it boosts minority opinions, especially those that may be inflammatory. And so I think it's really important we find a way in future to improve the way that we can get a more representative sample from the wider public as part of rebuilding public trust in our public services after austerity.
Thank you,
Councillor Goodjohn. And on exactly that issue, I've asked the policy team now to put together some proposals for running a public opinion survey. We used to do those on an every other year basis prior to COVID. It feels the right time to do that again now, and that will do exactly that. That will seek a representative sample of views across the county at a statistically valid sample size. So we should have that in the summer to help inform the next self-assessment for the autumn.
Fantastic to hear.
Thank you. I think it is quite difficult, isn't it, with something like this, because climate change, net zero, all of these ambitions, it's a living everyday type of experience. But if you ask anybody what their priorities are, because of the cost of living crisis, that might come up as the top thing. If they really do have to think, am I going to be able to afford to heat my house and to feed my children? So I think it's, as Councillor Goodjohn has said, it would be good to try and get a wider response from people. But it doesn't really surprise me, on the other hand, of why they would come up with their immediate priorities being something different to that. But thank you, Tom. Do we have anybody else who would like to speak on this report? Councillor Wood? No? Yes? He was there, he was gone. No, he's there.
Yes, please. Just quickly, thank you, Tom, for the report. It was noted that it is asked for a plain or less corporate speak, possibly, or many comments in there. And I think it would be very helpful for people to engage with this document itself and actually take time to read it. It's a very significantly very important and a big document. So I think anything that makes it easier for members of the public to absorb and get into is a good thing, as opposed to being faced with a very large tome of things that we plan to do and hope to do. So yes, good luck trying to make it as plain speaking as possible.
Thank you, Councillor Wood. We'll do our best.
Thank you. Do we have any other contributions anybody would like to make? No? That's great. Thank you very much. So we'll move on to the recommendations. And they are that committee considers, as we have, the updated draft annual delivery plan, Appendix A, the consultation feedback report, Appendix B, and the equality impact assessment, Appendix C. We don't really have any more comments on this, so I think that the report will go back now to Cabinet on the 16th of February, which is tomorrow. So do we have any hands now to move, please?
Happy to move, Chair.
Thank you very much. And do we have a seconder? Yes, Councillor Goodjohn. Brilliant. Thank you.
And just to confirm, Chair, there's no additional comments from this committee going back to Cabinet. Okay. No. Okay, and just for a point of clarification on the Chief Officer's report, that also will be going to Cabinet tomorrow, not the 27th, as in the original recommendation. So that will be going tomorrow with the comments from the committee. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification, Mark. Okay, so we are now moving to agenda item 13, which is any item which chairs decided are urgent part 1. You'll all be relieved to know there are none. Part 2, which is the for press and public exclusion, which concerns items that fall under section 100A brackets 4 of the Local Government Act. Again, more relief because there are none. Agenda item 14, which are urgent items, and we have none of those either. So all that remains for me to say to you all is thank you for your contributions and your patience. It's been a very long meeting, and I appreciate all of them. And to also say to you that the next meeting for your diaries will be Wednesday, the 15th of March. So enjoy what's left of your evening and speak to you all soon. Okay.
Good night.
Bye.
Thanks very much.
Thank you very much.
Good night.
Good